Hello, everybody, and a very warm welcome to Qualifier 2 of the Shadowverse Open 2025 circuit. It's the international circuit for competitive Shadowverse Worlds Beyond play, and I'm your host, Ignidius, joined as always by my dapper and strapping co-host, Different Fight. Hello.
Oi. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you may be watching this. Today is the second qualifier for the SVO, and it is a brand new format. So myself and Igni will be giving you all the action from a 1 week old meta for Heirs of the Omen, which is very, very exciting, right?
Yeah, I mean, 10 days into the expansion, definitely the meta is still in flux, but these players, they've gone through so many rounds, I believe 10 rounds of Swiss, at least, to get to this point. So let's take a look at what we're playing for here, Chris.
Yep, and also just before we get into the format, I did notice that starting from last qualifier, we got quite a few people from Japan watching, so just wanted to say hello to everyone there. 日本から見てる皆さんも、基本的にこの配信は英語になりますが、初めての新環境の大会なので、ぜひ楽しんでください。So with that, I think let's get into the format for the tournament and get back to English now. So this is, of course, same as all the previous weeks. Best of 3, 2 decks, 0 ban, single elimination. So there's only 8 players remaining. They played through the qualifying rounds, which were best of 1, as well as the playoffs, which basically gave them the qualification into the top 8 that is being played out today.
Yes, and lots and lots of people have been signing up to these SVOs recently. I gotta give a huge shout out to the community for embracing competitive Shadowverse so readily. It's unimaginable how far we've come since Shadowverse Classic. But yes, as you said, it's best of 3, 2 decks, 0 ban, single elimination in this top 8. So if you lose a set, you are out, which is pretty high stakes, especially considering the prizes. Let's take a look, Chris.
That's right. Let's take a look. So first, of course, if you just make top 8 just for waking up and showing up today, you win $250 US for making top 8, plus a $100 bonus for just turning on your webcam during the stream matches, because every single one of these matches is streamed. And then if you win one game and make it to the top 4, you already win a $450 USD just for getting there. And then if you make it to the finals, just for coming second, you get 800 USD. But you have a chance to double that by winning first place and winning 1,500 USD. And of course, as we mention every time, these qualifiers, the top 2 placers make it to the grand finals happening at the end of October in Singapore. So, of course, that's not all the prizes, Igni.
Yes, let's take a look at the cosmetic prizes that the players receive. A beautiful Gilnelise flare, emblem, and then the flares for champion, qualifier, second place, and third place. If you show up to ladder rocking one of those, you will strike fear into your enemies' hearts. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, that is a beautiful one. I mean, we had like the Forte one for the very first one, and now we have Gilnelys. I feel like they keep giving us the all-stars of Shadowverse as these SVO icons. So it's definitely super beautiful and very, very cool. And, speaking of cool, we have a very nice lineup today of players from all kinds of different backgrounds in today's top 8. So we kind of have had this pattern, I guess, where we've had seasoned veterans from, the Shadowverse Open history, but also quite a lot of new faces as well. So I'll give us the top side of the bracket. Igni can go through the bottom side. So at the top, to start us off, we're going to have WAG versus Beric. This is going to be a very interesting matchup because Beric is bringing both the Mode Abyss and the Isudia Forest, so that's going to be really cool to watch. And then just below that, we're going to have Sonar 5's Dream Life versus Vivit. So Vivit is bringing Lishana, and also going to be a very interesting one to watch. But of course, going up against Dream Life, one of the sort of big veterans and top players of the SVO from original Shadowverse. And also, I think he's like top of the ladder in Grandmaster with Rune, and he's bringing Rune to this tournament. So that's going to be a really cool matchup to watch.
Yes, Dream Life, as you said, grinder for many, many years in the SVO, SEAO region in particular. Very happy to see him topping again. Very nice to see a familiar face back. Vivit, not going to have an easy run, but, maybe this is the, hometown hero that will rise to the top. On the bottom half of the bracket, we have Hiraeth from Team Revelation up against Maxi Bond 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, Hiraeth is part of a pretty decorated Shadowverse team in Rev, but Maxi Bond actually top 4'd in the SVO kickoff just a few months ago. And he's a top competitor in another digital card game as well. So that's another thing that we've seen with Worlds Beyond in particular, is people from all over the card game, landscape flocking to these competitions, and I honestly just love to see it.
Oh yeah.
We also have Sai from Team Enmity up against Flying Goatee. So once again, familiar-ish name, part with a familiar team certainly, up against somebody who I think is coming from a different card game as well. So very, very cool to see the breadth of competition. And of course, like, not only where they come from in terms of their play history, but also just where they are in the world as well. And that's the beauty of an international league like the Shadowverse Open.
Yeah, you're so right. I mean, we have, just looking at the distribution, we've got 3 players from Malaysia, 1 player from Singapore, 1 player from Australia, 2 players from the US, and 1 player from France. So definitely a very diverse region here in the SVO. And, just one of the things where, there's different time zones, everyone is all over the place, but it's also giving a chance to everyone no matter where you are in the world, which is also one of the beautiful things about SVO.
So true. And not only, the players and where they come from, but their deck lists are also very diverse because, as we said, it is a 10-day meta here. Let's go straight into the first quarterfinal, shall we? And look at the deck list for WAG and Beric, jumping right into it. WAG is playing Crest Havencraft and Spellboost Runecraft. Now, Spellboost Rune, a top meta threat from the previous set, just running the new card Gilnelys to give them an additional bit of healing and an additional way to close the game with Kakaitis or TK. But Chris, tell me a little bit about Crest Haven. You've been playing it a lot, right?
Yeah, Crest Haven is definitely one of the biggest winners of this entire expansion, in my opinion. And, you can really see that by how many players have brought it into this top 8 as well. And WAG is one of them. We saw Crest Haven actually won the Osaka Extra Championship yesterday in Japan as well. And, I mean, this deck, essentially, it wants to set up its Marwyn. The Crest essentially gives you damage at the end of your turn, as long as you didn't attack that turn, to split between your opponents. So it first targets the followers, then it targets the face. So the idea is that you're basically clearing your opponent's board all the time while doing this burn damage, and you have lots of ways to heal because you're playing Haven. You have some of the ward options thanks to Wilbert. So this is definitely one of the biggest winners from this expansion, and you can definitely see that because there's a lot of this deck in this top 8.
Absolutely. And I predicted Crest would be quite strong, but to see it this dominant was a real surprise for me. But I also want to talk about Beric's deck list because they are very, very spicy. And one of them is very close to my heart. So I'm not going to lie to you. Personally, my favorite deck of the entire Heirs of the Omen set is Isudia Forest. I feel like it has game against almost everything, even matchups. And the idea is that you just try to live, because once you land Isudia and evolve Isudia, which is one of the omens, he gives you this spell that can deal 20 damage to the enemy leader if Isudia is on board. And it starts at a very high cost, but every turn the cost gets reduced. So the idea is to live long enough that you can slam Isudia plus the spell to OTK your opponent. The only struggle is how do you connect from the early game into that OTK. And then Modibus is also another big new archetype from this set. Tell me a little bit about it, Chris.
Yeah, Igni. So, I mean, this deck is essentially kind of like introduced in this set, and it kind of re-enabled a lot of the old cards really well too. It uses the Shamnaha, who introduces the Faith mechanic, where essentially every time you select a card with the mode ability, every time you select the mode, it adds a count to it. And then once you have 10 and you play the Shamnaha, she makes it so that every time you would use a mode ability, you increase how much you can select by 1. So, you know, in the past, if you played the Ginsetsu and Yuzuki, you'd have to choose between summoning 4 one-tailed foxes or destroying 4 random enemy followers and healing 4, but now you can do both, which is very, very strong. So this entire deck, it's kind of like a quest deck where you essentially are just trying to get the 10 modes as fast as possible, then play the Shamnaha, and then you have a lot of powerful ways to close out the game, whether it's the Rule 9 Valneric, whether it's of course a Cerberus that is still very relevant and just buffing your existing board, and you also have a lot of tools to just answer different matchups. But I do think this deck really needs to draw into specific pieces at the right times in order to have a good matchup into certain decks. So I'm really curious to see how this lineup for Beric is actually going to perform, Igni.
Yeah, I'm really excited in particular because the lineups are so different, and I believe the players are ready. So let's go to the head-to-head. Once again, it is WAG versus Beric, and to remind the viewers at home, it is best of 3. You gotta win with both your decks, and if you lose the set, you are out of the tournament. So every single game that you're going to watch this entire day is several $100s of money matches. It's quite intense. And I also wanted to expound a little bit in terms of the SVO Grand Finals. This tournament qualifies you to the SVO Grand Finals, then the SVO Grand Finals qualifies you to the World Grand Prix in Japan, and that has a 100 million yen grand prize. So yeah, that is not a small chunk of change. Yeah, that's like $700,000 US. But let's get right into the games, Chris. WAG versus Beric. What do you think they're going to be running first?
Ooh, I mean, the Isudia does feel like it has some pretty rough matchups sometimes, but it looks like we are starting with it. It's going to be Isudia Forest into Crest Haven. Very exciting. So, just a little bit about the players. WAG has actually been topping in quite a few other digital card games in the past, so definitely not someone that's too new to competition as a whole, but new to the Worlds Beyond scene, whereas Beric has been topping a lot in other games, and their entire lineup is quite interesting because they started playing Abyss only from this expansion, and they only picked up the Isudia Forest deck that they're playing right now about 2 days ago. So this is a very last-second decision, but it looks like it really worked out, Igni.
I mean, yeah, to be clear, this is the first round you guys are watching, but these guys have already played 10+ rounds of Swiss, so they must be confident in their lineups. And I will say in this matchup in particular, versus Crest Haven, it really does depend on if the Haven gets the Marwyn early, and we see that in WAG's hand, he already does. So Marwyn is the card that enables the strategy of Crest, giving you a Crest that deals damage based on the amount of your Crest. That's a funny way to say it. Anyway, yeah, so if they get it early, they have the option, because Isudia is quite a passive reactive deck, to just like make it so the Crest is dealing burn every turn, and then the Isudia can't really heal or respond. So I'm interested to see how Beric is going to navigate this one, because surely he's played this matchup in Swiss, right?
Yes, 100%. I mean, I think it's quite hard to evade this matchup in the first place, especially in the best of 1 format. So It's also worth to mention that it's very important here that WAG managed to find the Marwyn here for the turn 4 going second, just because the Crest is literally what enables the deck. I actually brought this deck to my lobby tournament last night, went 3-1, and lo and behold, the game that I lost was the game I couldn't draw Marwyn. Like, it's so important that you find it. The Congregant helps you find it too, because it gives you the Crest that at the end of turn, if you didn't attack, it finds you a 4 defense follower, and Marwyn is one of them. But what's also really interesting about the list that WAG is running is, of course, the Ruler of Cocytus. This deck, sometimes in some matchups, it can be a little bit hard to close out if they are going super wide, because Marwyn's damage goes to board first. So if you don't draw into your sort of like AoE damage, or you just like already used up all of it, the Ruler of Cocytus gives you that extra little bit of stretch without having to over-rely on the Gilneys either. So very interesting choice here on WAG's side.
I think it's particularly important in the mirror, surely, yes? Because the person who plays the Cocytus suddenly has way more powerful cards. And again, very funnily, the Servant of Cocytus, the one play point 13/13, is a huge obstacle for opposing Cresthaven, because that's a massive body on board that they have to deal with. So I think it's quite a heads up to tech if you're expecting a lot of mirrors.
100%. Ooh, the Torrent hits the ambush.
Gets the Cruel correct. Yeah, that is tough. The good news is that WAG is not, leaving his board empty. So Beric does have options to heal with the Gilneys as well as the Aaron here. So the idea, if you guys aren't aware of the OTK, is that you're supposed to play Isudia on curve, then evolve him right away to get the token in your hand immediately. And if you have the Godwood Staff on board, you can bounce it back, but actually he doesn't run Godwood in this list, or you can bounce it back with Bug Alert. But ideally you just have the second Isudia in hand so that you can do the OTK afterwards. And one way you can accelerate that OTK is by playing specifically this sequence of events, and he found it in hand right now. Speak of the devil.
So good.
You play Baby Carbuncle, then Isudia, then Super the Carbuncle, and then that 3 play points, and then you play the token 1 turn earlier than you otherwise would be able to. So, and that 1 turn means a lot, especially in a game like Shadowverse, where, the longer the game goes, the more play points you have and the more explosive your plays get. That 1 turn acceleration can maybe mean that you win the game rather than lose it.
Dude, it's also just kind of crazy to see that WAG managed to get the 5 crests online on like turn 6. Like, a lot of things have to go your way in order to get the crest set up that smoothly, and also to have them last this long. Like, we've been having a consistent 5 damage to face output here from WAG every single turn, and you can see that right now. This is one of the big tools of this expansion, I think, that a lot of players are highlighting, the Gilneys. She does give this, like, buff, debuff to any follower on the board, but you can also buff her herself, and then she attacks with the Drain, and gives you that heal 5, which, of course, is just so vital, and just gives a really good tool to a lot of different decks right now in this format.
It's incredibly crucial for Isudia in particular, because other than Gilneys, their only big source of chunk healing is Deepwood Fairy Beast, which is an 8-cost 4/4 that doesn't impact the board. So, very important to find the opportunity to use the Gilneys to heal. Only issue is that the Isudia deck is quite Evo hungry. If you want to do the Carbuncle to get the OTK online earlier, you have to save a super. So that means less healing with Gilneys. So the survivability issues with the deck is very much real. And that's why I believe this matchup is quite even. Because if they get the Marwyn on curve, the amount of damage they're doing over the course of the game is forcing the Isudia to use their evolves on survival rather than on their win con, which is a huge deal.
Ooh, and look at that. The ward being applied to the Cocytus is so big. And of course, we kind of, glossed over it, but the Grimnir in this Haven deck is also so huge because of the 2 damage AoE that goes at the end of the turn if you super evolve. You can see right there, it's just so good in answering boards without having to attack and still getting some chip damage into face. Igni, from the Isudia perspective here, what do you want to see in these next couple turns?
I think this is a really hard match for the Isudia to win now that the Cocytus is on board. I think everything sort of went right for Beric, because if Beric can just find Silent Rider, this becomes very difficult. And of course, Beric also has the amulet that gives the leader barrier, and their Silent Rider. That is hard for them to deal with. I will also say, apologies to the viewer here. I believe Beric and Wag on the left side are swapped here, so the Forest should be on the bottom side and Wag should be on the top side. It's a little confusing right now. Our overlay is a little skew whiff. We'll try and get that sorted for you. But yeah. I think this one is quite tough for the Isudia to win, just because, like you said earlier, Beric kind of had everything going for him the entire game. Got the 5 Crest up online, got Marwyn on curve, got Isudia on curve.
Ooh,
oh wait, never mind.
This is lethal, isn't it? You super evolve with the Carbuncle, 3 play points back, 20 damage.
Wait, is this already turn 11? I totally lost track. Yes, that is already lethal. Ignore everything I just said.
Beric takes the first game with Isudia Forest. One of the decks that
totally lost track there. I thought it was still turn 10. So yes, on turn 11, you do just have an OTK. The only issue, right, is I think for the Haven craft, I think the lack of Wilbert really hurt them, because that gives like a huge amount of board that the Forest has a hard time dealing with. But yes, wow, I must be I gotta get my glasses checked. I totally just did not see we were already on turn 11. There you go. Yeah, I mean, that's the power of Isudia right there. Just and I think up against Runecraft, up against the opposing Haven, it would have been not a bad, like either way, the Isudia had even matchups in this lineup. So honestly, kind of smart for Beric to bring it.
Yeah, for sure. And it looks like, ooh, we're already ready to get into the next game. Let's take a look and see these two players, of course, what is going to be brought. Ooh, all right. So again, just a reminder that we do have, so it's Beric at the bottom, and he has one with his Forest. He's now playing his Abyss, and Wag is at the top. So the overlay is a little bit confusing. Should hopefully be fixed soon, but the players are up, like basically upside down in that sense. All right, looks like we have pretty strong start here, just because the Mode Abyss before, you have essentially, you have to activate these mode abilities as much as possible, and a very strong start here as well coming from Beric's side, because if you have the early turn setup with the Devotee is basically like a better Apollo from the first expansion, where he just dealt 1 damage AoE to everything. But the Devotee of Entwining can also give itself +3/+3 as part of its mode. And then if that stays up on the board long enough, you can evolve it, give it the +2/+2 again, and then because it gained +2/+2 from evolving, it becomes a 7/7. So if you're playing its mode, you have to take it out. Again, you're going to set up the exact same thing here. Not even, just playing it out again, getting +2/+2, evolving, +2/+2 again, now it's a 7/7. Can you take this out? So we do know that normally, there are pinpoint ways to take it out from the Haven perspective with Congregant of Repose, but they already played the Congregant last turn. And you only have 3 copies of a card in a deck in Shadowverse. So do we have the answer to it? Or is this 7/7 can actually survive? And is this the biggest heads-up play of the match, Igni?
Yeah, that 7/7 is a huge deal, because I think the biggest weakness of Apollo is that in matchups where they're not making a wide board, it's basically a dead card. This card in particular, not only does it enable your Faith quest, but it also means that if it's a matchup like this where they're not making a board of weenies, you can just make a massive body, and the Marwyn cannot answer it. Woo!
That's right. That's a really, really big heads-up play here coming from Beric. And now, it's like, well, you didn't have an answer to that? Do I try again? The best thing is that you can play another Devotee, make it 7/7, evolve it and trade it, and then you still have, like, the fact that only uses 3 play points is kind of crazy, but if you go for the Congregant, it's not too bad either in terms of just going wide.
Yes, exactly. Like, I think it's very important in the matchup to just get as much stat on board as possible, so the Marwyn isn't hitting your dome, right? So that it gives them less options to figure out how they're gonna win.
Yeah. Burns the Grimnir, but already have that Crest active, so it's not the end of the world. From the Haven perspective here, you're down to 10 defense. Your Salifa is just off. Like, all of your AoE damage is 3. And right now, we're just seeing Beric show that, you know, they've been a competitive player in various other card games, and is especially this Abyss deck that they've been really putting in the time with in this expansion. But it really goes to show that their understanding of this matchup, knowing that you need to have your Unholy Vessel to take out this board, because all of your AoE 3 damage is not going to be enough. You're going to have to do the AoE 3 damage, pass, and then you're going to have the, you know, burn damage at the end of the turn, but that also greatly reduces how much is going to go to face. And he's forced to use the Super Evolve there in order to activate the Grimnir Crest as well.
And in games like this, where both decks basically go very late, like, for all intents and purposes, Mode is basically a control deck, and so is Cresthaven. Forcing your opponent to use resources like that, like their Super Evolves, which they only get 2 of per game, is very punishing.
100%. So no other, you know, basically shut down the spell tool, and it's very, very big here. And this is going to be another big clear, plus some good face damage too.
I will also want to point out that, you know, the Cresthaven runs the Maddening Benison, but if you don't have a full Crest zone, the drawback of the Benison is quite severe. So, Wag, I don't believe, has another unique Crest he can activate to make the Benison have no drawback. Oh no, he does! He has the 1/4, right? The only problem is that he can't answer the board if he plays that. So he has to make a choice, I think.
Not seeing the Unholy Vessel here is also very, very tough.
I think the problem is that he can clear most of it, but the Marwyn token spell will only clear one of these congregants, and if it clears the 9/9 congregant, Barrett can just evolve it again, right? Evolve the one that remains.
Exactly. Salifa gonna be the tool here again, choosing to go for the 3 damage AoE, and now see with the Torn hits. Ooh! You're gonna have to trade, I think.
But yeah, like we said, like having to spend the super, I don't know. That's a little scary. Because now, right? Because the way to react to opponents' plays is the evolve. He does have the Jean and the new AoE spell, as well as the congregant for single target. But I do worry that without the evolve points now, Beric will be able to make a board that Wag can't answer cleanly. That is the concern. Like this. That's one. Yep. Yeah.
Essentially just a very wide board. And also, the other very strong thing is that by being forced to use the last evolve, you also now don't have a chance to add any of the other non-expiring crests, such as Wilbert, anymore this game. So that means that your general damage output in the long term is going to be a little bit tough.
Yeah, that's totally correct. Because a lot of the crests that Cresthaven has, for people who are, you know, just tuning in or are unfamiliar with the meta, they do have countdowns, meaning they expire eventually. And that's why the Marwyn token spell is so good, because it extends the countdown by 1. But there are some crests like Marwyn, Grimnir, and Wilbert that never expire, which makes your plays a lot less difficult to juggle. Like it's a resource you don't have to manage, so it's you know, less mentally taxing as well. And now without the evolves, you can't get that Wilbert crest, like you said.
Yeah. I think here we saw Beric kind of consider whether he wants to trade in with these foxes, but I think it's definitely worth it just because the Blinding Faith is an AoE 3 damage spell that's going to clear out everything. And so choosing to clear out, I think, is definitely the correct choice. And here we're going to see very strong answering.
Yeah, and this is a bit tough for Beric right now, too. He's at 10 mode, but no Shamna Shah. So he can't activate the quest, which means that all of his cards are still at, you know, base strength. Silence. Into this late game, where
we're trying to draw it, Screaming and Loathing.
The crest is still just doing damage. It's tough.
Screaming and Loathing needs to find the Shamnaha here from the follower draw. And even if you do, you don't have the super evolve to try to steal one of your opponent's followers anymore. So you might have to go for the draw follower and deal 4 damage. Do you hit? Yes! Alright, we're good.
Is it too little too late? I worry though. He does have the Gin Yuzu in hand, which will be a huge like health and board swing, but Wag is dealing another 4 at least this turn alone, and we just saw him draw the burn amulet as well, so that's another 4 damage that could potentially go to the dome. And no Grimnir's out from Wag either, so honestly, a little bit dicey. Sorry, not Grimnir, Gilneas. Yeah.
Shining Disenchantment is really, really powerful because basically for play point, I will deal a whole bunch of damage to your face and heal 4 at the same time. That being said, we do now have the mode 10. We have the Gilneas also in hand here too. Gilneas' token spell gives you 5 damage to an enemy follower and to the enemy face. So that's going to be a really good closer. And this Cerberus could be worth putting down, but I feel like you might want to pair her with a bit of a stronger board. Especially now that you finally got the mode quest done. You kind of want to start actually getting the payoff. And now it's like, well, you've got the Devotee. It's not really doing too much in this situation. The Ginyuzu, as you said, would be nice, but you probably would want to play it on a bit of a wider board. Although the thing is that Haven doesn't really have wide boards.
Yes, and sorry to interject. I was just going to say the Grail is also on field, so it's kind of tough. Yeah. Any board he makes is going to get cleared. So I think Wag kind of has put him in a pincer attack here, in a way, where Beric doesn't have a lot of great plays no matter what he does here.
Cerberus might just be the best option because in that sense, you get to answer the board and also you get to pass on some last word effects that will be quite annoying. Oh, interesting. Double Vuela. Maybe just trying to bait out the Vessel here. Oh, but draws a second one.
Yeah, this is a bold strategy. I think trying to bait out the Vessel so that your Cerberus and Ginyuzu can maybe survive the next turn, especially when they run 3 Vessels and at least 2 Jeans. It's a bit of a tall ask, and unfortunately it's not going to pay off.
Yeah, this is a little tough because also you don't have the evolve anymore for Gilneas for the heal, so I feel like you're forced to use the Ginyuzu here to get the heal back to just not lose to burn damage, right? Because you have to keep in mind that there's burn 4 on the field, there's burn 4 in the crest zone, and there's potentially a Gilneas somewhere that can also burn another 5. So they can answer your board, and then they basically have 8 burn already in play with a potential extra 5 that we know is not there, but Beric doesn't know that.
Especially now that Wag is down to less than 20 cards in the deck. At this point, if you're Beric, you would probably assume that he does have one. And so that might inform your plays later as well. I think, I hate to call it early, might be checkmate. Oh, and there's the Gil. Of course, the effect of the Blinding Faith also does draw if you do the Enhance 8 effect. Reminds me a lot of Benevolent Blight from the OG Shadowverse, if you remember that card, Chris.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it is a little, I guess it's supposed to be a little bit similar in that sense, but Castle picked up here is just a draw and a buff, but there's nothing to buff. I think the problem is that right now you need the heal tragically. It's so important to heal up in this matchup, especially when it's gotten this long. We were talking a little bit before the broadcast, Igni, how when you're playing against the Crest Haven deck, it feels like around turn 7, turn 8 is your chance to win because they haven't gotten completely online yet. And once it gets to like turn 10, 11, 12, 13 now, then Crest Haven is just able to scale, answer boards, heal up a bunch, and just like that, we see they're going to just use the amulet on the board, the Shining Disenchantment for 4, and then there you go, another damage, just enough from the end of turn.
We're going to a game 3 here, and very exciting. The Isudia win was exhilarating, of course, as my favorite deck. And Crest Haven proving its dominance, across regions here. Now it's going to be Mode Abyss versus Spellboost Runecraft. Now, Spellboost Rune, I'm sure if you've played the game for any length of time, you're familiar with. It's been around since set 1. And against the mode, I think it's kind of an even matchup. if the Shamnasha can get online fast enough. Because if you can build a congregant board, they often just can't answer it. Their best AoE, Sage Light Teachings, basically tickles the congregant. So, yeah. I don't know. I'm curious about this one. How do you think this one's going to go down? Oh, and this early hand is pretty interesting too.
I think Mode Abyss is always sort of like at its own mercy sometimes, just because of needing to find the early mode. Yeah, right. This hand basically shows the issues with Mode Abyss, that if you don't see, like, you're running a lot of ways to actually do modes in the early game, right? If you have, you know, Castle, you've got the Devotee, Screaming and Loathing, and finally picked up the Screaming and Loathing, thank God. That's going to be a very big help. And the best part is about Screaming and Loathing is that you get to search itself every single time, because it lets you draw a 3-cost spell, and that's the only 3-cost spell in your entire deck. So as long as you keep searching the same thing, that will keep refeeding your modes. So in situations like this, you can just go for, like, search the spell, search the follower. That gives you 2 ways to access modes, and then you're going to see Shamnaha picked up as well.
Yeah, I will say a huge shout out to Shadowverse Worlds Beyond for giving me Screaming and Loathing to reveal. It's a very cool card.
Yeah.
And I believe it's the first mode card where on base you select 2 modes. Very flexible, very neat. The issue, like we saw in the last game, is that with mode, and I feel like this is something that is a struggle for a lot of decks in this meta, if you draw the pieces in the wrong order, it's very tough, because you draw Castle in the late game, it does nothing. But if you draw it in the early game, it's one of your best enablers. So I feel like a lot of the matchups are 50-50 because they're so piece dependent.
100%. Oh, here we go. Right behind you, and the mysterious duo coming down.
Are you sick of hearing that voice line quite yet, or how are we feeling about it?
I feel like it's unlocked a whole new layer of memes, so I'm actually quite fine with it.
It's an infinite value running joke. Whenever there's any 2 things on a card, you just replace the names.
Just replace the names of Ed and Greya. Dude, I was gonna say it's funny that they gave Screaming and Loathing as the reveal for the streamer, because when I was doing my pack openings for this set, my chat kept saying that I'm streaming and I'm uploading, dude. they gotta get an altar to this thing.
Streaming, uploading, and it's just you locked in.
Yeah.
How do you want to deal with this Anne and Grey? I believe the Screaming and Loathing, you can deal 4 and then you dark side it as one option. It's just a shame.
One.
But if you do that, right, you don't have a use for the extra play point in that sense, because that does only cost 5. So you do end up wasting the extra play point, because just to be clear, people who don't know, in Shadowverse Worlds Beyond, you get an extra play point if you're going second between turns 1 and 5, and then turn 6 onwards. But if you don't use the 1 between turns 1 and 5, you can't save it for later. You just lose it. You use it or you lose it. So,
yeah, unfortunate, but you have games like that. It just happens. But now, speaking of having games like that, this is definitely a situation of all time. You're faced off against 2 barriers, and you have no AoE damage to try to clear them or proc them. You don't have pinpoint damage. Technically, you have Shamnaha's Super Evolve effect you could use. So that's one of the ways to, like, you could steal your opponent's Norman and do nothing with it.
You know, it's pretty funny that Norman is a mode card, but mode can't steal it because they don't have Earth Sigil generation, which is kind of sad. I will say, with this in particular, I do believe the Congregant is the best way to handle it. But you only take out 1 body, which is brutal. I think you have to save your extra play point for the next turn so that you can get the Cerberus out to heal. If you don't, you're taking at least 10. Well, but I suppose the ward does get in the way. But remember, Sage Light Teachings is a card that exists. So,
exactly.
This is what I mean, where the Congregant, after Shamnasha's quest is active, then you got it. But before, it's still vulnerable. That's what I was trying to say earlier.
Yeah, this is, again, I think this is the strength and the weakness of the Mode Abyss deck is that it really sometimes just serves you hands that are going to be some of the toughest quests you've ever had in your life. And here you see, as you said, Sage Light Teachings answers the board together with the 3-3, and we're even cashing in the Super Evo for 13 damage phase here. We see that WAG is not letting this opportunity go to waste.
That is an extremely aggressive play by WAG, but honestly, extremely understandable. Not many boosters in his hand for those declines. He needs to capitalize on this lack of momentum from Beric to win the game. But as we mentioned, Beric did save the extra play point to get the Cerberus out early, and by trading the Coco, you can guarantee reanimate it with the Super Evolve, giving Beric a little bit of healing here. But will it be enough? Because we know that another Norman's in the back. Although, to be honest, how do you handle this 9-9 if you're WAG? This is actually a pretty tough situation.
And you're only at an 8 play point, so normally your Earthright is also very low here, so you'd have to charge the stack and then Norman. So it looks like that. Ooh, we're not going for the Norman. Instead, going to be trying to draw into something. I mean, Sage Light Teachings is for Super Evolve on the 2-2 Melvi. Might be the. Whoa! No, okay, we're just dealing up and passing.
Yes, he cannot clear the 9-9. Super evolving the Norman was a fun idea, but it would be not.
Could have done 4 damage from the Earthright, 3 from Sage Light, and then Super Evolve the Melvi, turn that into a 5-5. Would be 9, right?
The only issue is with Spellboost, if you don't have a super on your turn 10, you don't have guaranteed OTK. I think that might be a part of what WAG is factoring into his calculus, but this is a lot of damage. So
yeah,
you gotta ask. Maybe it would have been worth it to spend that super for survival. And you know, this board isn't getting any easier to clear.
Ooh, just hard dimension climb. Oh my god, Igni.
Wait. Actually, the Edelweiss, depending on what it hits.
Is it the Edelweiss, though? I feel like your best chance. It's kind of tough because Kuan doesn't do enough here in order to clear out this board. Well, I guess if you trade Edelweiss in the ward, it does.
Yeah, and I think you're about to mention, like, Edelweiss is a gamble here. It's random damage.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Tough.
It's going to be a Kuan. You lose your last Super Evolve that, as you said before, is one of the most important tools in the deck. You also dimension climbed a very good hand away. You had the Kokaitis in hand, and now that's gone. And you had another dimension climb that's also gone and not being spell boosted. You do get the full trade, but you lost your ward. And now you're kind of at the mercy with 7 defense remaining.
You just died to Ruthenai Valneric into Wings of Desire. No Shamnasha required. You know, at a certain
not even super
point,
regular evolve.
Yep, that's exactly enough, isn't it? It's 7 damage. And I feel like the addition of Ruthenai Val gave Mode kind of a critical mass of burst that lets them win games like this. And it's amazing to see. That means Beric is your first quarterfinal winner, and he's going to be moving on to semis with the lineup of Mode and Isudia. I will say right now, if this is your first Shadowverse Open, you need to watch the other ones that have already happened this year, because rogue decks like this, for some reason, thrive in this circuit. So, there you go.
It almost feels like if you can make it through the gauntlet of the 10 rounds of Swiss and make it into the top 8 with a spicy lineup that nobody expected, that somehow you turn on like the protagonist meter once you reach the top 8 and you're just flying through the top 8. It's kind of insane.
It's kind of hilarious too, because this is an open deck list format, so the opponents can see your list, but they're just like, maybe they're just not prepared. Speaking of being not prepared, the next match is Dream Life versus Vivit. Now, Dream Life, as we mentioned earlier, extremely decorated SVO veteran from the original Shadowverse. And Vivit, Chris, I believe you told me earlier, newcomer to competitive card gaming?
Yeah, so pretty interesting. Vivit is bringing the Illusion of Portal in his lineup, but I kind of asked him, it's like, oh, do you have any like, you know, tournament records from the past, or, you know, any other cool things you can tell me about yourself? And he was like, I just really like Lishana, and I brought Lishana to the tournament, just thinking to have fun, and I'm here in the top 8. So sometimes just dedicated love to your favorite deck can sometimes be the deciding factor. So I'm really looking forward to taking a look at Vivit's list. I did have a little test with Lishana myself as well. I did find that the deck, while it has really good potential, it is quite matchup reliant, and there are some matchups where you can definitely just kind of like board lock and win. But there are other games where it feels like if you're playing at something really fast and aggressive, you sort of just get put into this situation where you don't have enough time to set up your actual amulets, right? And then if you don't have the time to set up, it feels like you're just relying on your tools that you normally use for damage just for dealing with the game state, and then you lose a lot of your damage output in the late game, and then the deck kind of falls apart. And that's why we see cards like Odin and stuff being played too. So I'm looking forward to seeing their list as well.
All right, speaking of looking at their list, Chris, I believe we are ready with those. So let's take a look at what these players are running. Dreamlife is playing Spellboost, Rune, Crest, Haven. I think this is the go-to competitive lineup for a lot of competitive players, not only in SVO, but also in Japan. This is the exact lineup that won Osaka just yesterday, wasn't it?
Yes, exactly.
And, you know, we already talked about these two decks, so not much more to say other than, you know, these proven decks in the hands of a talented and, you know, hardworking player like Dreamlife, definitely going to be a force to be reckoned with. Let's take a look at the decks that Vivit is bringing, which you lampshaded here. You already talked a lot about the Lishana Portal, but man, that Crest Haven's pretty unique too, with the Seraph Lapis inclusion.
Yeah, so this is a very big, leaning into the Storm gameplay option, which I guess does help because sometimes it does feel like this deck lacks a little bit of that closing power, but choosing to play only 2 Shining Disenchantment is quite surprising given that that is one of the most powerful cards in the deck. Only 2 Congregant of Repose as well, because that's one of the ways to find your Marwyn when you don't have it. So definitely choosing to chip away at the ratios of some of the cards that feel like they were sort of agreed by the community to be must-have 3 of, such as Unholy Vessel as well, to include some of these other choices. And of course, the Elysian of Portal here. As I mentioned before, you do have the Odin here to give you some of that closing power. Some of the other good cards in the deck, or in the class, I guess, that have been around for a long time, such as, of course, the Yudi and the Sylvia to give you that draw power. And you can see, like, a lot of cards are being included to give a bit of that power output for the deck. So Dogged One as like an additional source of storm damage, the Gilnelis for the burn 5 that you have, because a lot of Lishana cards don't do much in the early game, you have the Puppet Engine just for the low-end puppets, so like the Theater and the Lovestruck Puppeteer and the Lancer, and then the really interesting inclusion of the one of Ruler of Cocytus too, which I guess will also give you that late game pressure if games go that long, which I think will be very interesting to see. Also, shoutouts to the Vivit's picture. I get the reference.
I think the Cocytus is a good pick if you're expecting a lot of Crest Haven, and I believe his Crest Haven lineup maybe, like, this is just my speculation, but perhaps he was expecting loot to not perform as well as people expected it to. And honestly, good call. It ended up maybe working out. Less AoE, because less, decks that do go wide means that you have less dead cards in your deck, I suppose. So pretty interesting that he made that call.
Yeah, Igni, I mean, we have to talk about this, right? Only 1 loot sword made it into top 8. Isn't that crazy? I had like in my stream, I was asking my viewers, it was like over and under 4 loot swords in top 8. They were like, there's gonna be 6 or 7. It's like everyone's gonna bring loot sword. There's 1. How did that happen?
I think it's because it has a slightly unfavored matchup against Crest, and Crest ended up being, especially because we have, we're an international player base here in Shadowverse. There's great websites and creators that congregate the results from all the different regions. And if you take a look at, not only the ladder results and the Grand Prix results, but also like you said, the Osaka as well. Crest, like that ended up being the top favorite in the end, and I think that might have muscled out the Loot Sword in the end as well.
Right. So I wonder if that's going to change. For those of you that haven't kept up, we do have 3 SVO qualifiers this month. This is the first of the 3. We have one more next week. Yeah, strap in. There's going to be one more next week in the European time zone, and then one more 2 weeks after that, the end of September, in the NA time zone that we had for the previous 2. So I'm really curious to see, because they're all going to be played in this exact same format. I really wonder, if we're going to be seeing big changes, right? If Loot Sword is going to start to see some new technology. We've seen mid-range Sword pop up again, just because it kind of has pretty good matchups into the matchups that Loot Sword. But hopefully we're back now. All right, we had some technical issues in the production side, so we should be good now. Not sure what happened there, but the stream is alive. We're good. We're back. Things happen. This is a international tournament bringing people from very different countries and various different time zones together, and so you never know what happens, right? Even on the hosting side, some things do go wrong here and there, but we should be good now. So apologies. Thank you for understanding. Thank you for your patience, and apologize for kind of like fading out there for a second.
Yeah, do bear with us. We're getting it resolved at the moment, but the show must go on, so don't you worry. We're gonna get into the game in just a short amount of time. In the meantime, though, do you have any fun facts that you've learned about either of these players, Vivit or Dreamlife? Because I believe you did message them earlier to ask if they had anything they wanted to say.
Yeah, so Vivit, as I said, basically huge Lishana fan, and managed to, have a really good showing despite, just choosing Lishana just because he likes Lishana as a deck. Hasn't really had any big tournament finishes themselves, but of course, Dreamlife, as we already know, top SVO player, right? Has been performing in the SVO in the original Shadowverse quite a lot, and currently, I believe, is the 2nd ranked Rune player in terms of the Beyond class of Grandmaster, and is bringing that Rune into this tournament. And then he also, of course, he did mention that in Beyond, he hasn't had any big records. He just made it to the playoffs of the kickoff tournament. So instead, has made it to the top 8 of this qualifier, and hopefully going to get a pretty deep run, which I'm looking forward to seeing. We didn't get to really talk about his list too much, but I do think it's quite interesting that he's playing the Pascal's Dance still. I feel like people took out that it was sort of like that flex spot that people were using for cards like Pascal's Dance to now play the Gilneys, but he managed to make space for both the 2 Gilneys and the 2 Pascal's Dance, and then also like the one of Edelweiss, one of Burgent, one of Snowman Army. So his Rune list is very teched out, and that just kind of goes to show that this is sort of like the master of Rune in his element, right?
Yes, as well as the 1 Flames of Chaos. I'm looking at the list now. Very, very true. I think in SVO particularly, teching in cards like that, making your deck slightly different from the variation you run on ladder, if that is the case, is actually valuable because it creates information asymmetry, especially in a single elimination format, where your opponent has to take that into consideration when they're making their plays. Like, can that one of Snowman army screw me over? And, you know, on ladder, you just take that L, go again. But in a single elimination SVO, that tech might end up being the thing that throws your opponent off guard and actually gets you all the way there.
Yeah, exactly. So I think it's going to be really cool to see whether those techs work out or not. And I would imagine, you know, if you're Dream Life, I wonder which deck you choose to lead with here. Is it the Rune that you trust, or is it the Haven that, you know, everyone has rated very highly from this set? It's going to be a very hot matchup here, Ignite.
I think Rune has a pretty good MU versus Lashena. So I would expect a Rune lead, but yes, we are indeed seeing it. And then Vivit favored here. Depends on how fast the Crest Haven can come online. But, you know, if the Crest Haven doesn't kill by turn 10, Rune can just OTK. So this is one of the odd instances where, even though I believe you are a control deck and you're just trying to do the incremental burn, you kind of have to put some pressure on them, or else you just give them the time to assemble their instant kill.
Yeah, right. It almost feels like in this specific matchup, the Haven side has to be the one asking questions and pushing the damage, because if you don't win by, I mean, potentially both players being at 10 play points, then there is a chance that you just get Ruler of Cocytus from the Dimension Climb, and no matter how much you healed, even if you're at 20 defense, you get set to 1, Super Evolve, burn for 1, and that's game.
We did talk about this, Chris, before the broadcast the other day, that the reason why Crest is so popular is because it checks a wide variety of strategies. It runs basically nothing but wards, so it's great against Rhinoceroach, but the amount of healing and burn damage it does over time, also great against aggro and mid-range. The only issue is when a deck can deal burst, then all their healing in the world and their Benisons, they don't really do anything. And Spellboost is one of the decks that can do that, so I'm not surprised that Dream Life led with it. And then you add on top of that it's, you know, his deck that he's been playing this season, that he's confident with. You know, in the first game of a stream tournament, that first dub is a morale booster too. You got to think of the human element, right? So, yeah. Honestly, I'm curious to see how this turns out, especially with no Marwyn in Vivit's hand. I worry that the pressure is not going to be there, and Dream Life might be able to seal it. Let's see how it progresses, I suppose. And will Vivit end up using his pieces to be more aggressive in order to counteract that kind of weakness?
Yeah, I think the really interesting thing about specifically this situation right now is that we essentially have a pretty interesting situation where Dream Life essentially can... Yeah, so I was really wondering what the Sage Light was going to do there, because you theoretically can do AoE board damage, but optimally this turn, the Haven side doesn't want to attack, and so even if you take out the board, that doesn't necessarily mean they're going to attack if they have the Marwyn. That being said, not having the Marwyn changes everything. Now you could even check this Gilnilise, use her in order to buff one of your existing followers with +2 attack, evolve it, and go face, and suddenly, oh, you didn't take out my board? Well, I'll punish you for this. And it might seem like, oh, you didn't punish my board, therefore I'm going face, but actually just doesn't have Marwyn.
Yeah, and that's sort of the beauty of the flexibility in Crest Haven. In general, the decks that tend to do the best in tournaments like this are either the ones that just are overwhelmingly powerful, or the ones that have the most dynamism. Because, you know, Ceteris Paribus, it depends on what your play lines are versus an equally skilled player. And with Crest Haven having the option to either attack or not attack, it sort of pincers the enemy into having to think of even more possibilities that they have to play around. That being said, yes, while you could construe this as, oh, he made that choice intentionally, I believe, like you said, it is just because he didn't draw the Marwyn. But yeah, either way, it's still a cool feature of the deck.
That's the beauty of Shadowverse, though, right? It's like you can never know just because, you know, there is a technically optimal play for this turn that you would go for in, you know, 99% of times, but not going for it makes it look like they're going for this way to answer or like to adapt to the situation, but in reality, they're just going with the only play they already have. But here, turn 6, we still don't have the Marwyn, but we do have a lot of options here, Igni.
Yeah, what's your opinion on the heir, Himeka, the new lore character? How have you found her in your practice with this deck? Because I'll be totally honest, I haven't really got the opportunity to play much mode. Crest Haven. So I'm curious what your thoughts are on that one.
So it is a pretty interesting card, just because it gives you a interesting answer into specifically, I feel like the mirror, where you can sort of just like stall the opponent's board. But personally speaking, I'm not the biggest fan of her. I don't run her in my own list because the problem with her is that she gives that like stun and self-banish effect only to things that have 4 or less attack, and the only way to set things to 4 or less attack is when you super evolve her. So specifically on the going first turn 6, she's not really doing anything, and it feels like you usually want to prioritize other plays instead. So like the Wilbert or would have been pretty good here in like other instances, but I mean, Himeka feels like she's pretty good maybe now, where you would be able to super evolve, set everything to 4 attack, and then give that sort of like stun effect. But otherwise, I feel like she's doesn't do as much work until the later game. And the other problem is that I want to add is that this deck actually is quite greedy with its evolves, right? You want to be evolving Marwyn. You want to be evolving Wilbert because they both have press effects that only apply when you evolve. And then on top of that, oh, you didn't draw your Marwyn? Well, now you have to evolve Congregant. So there's so many things you want to be evolving. And then you also want to save one super evolve for Gilnelis. And it's just like, you're so greedy with your evolves in this deck that having another card that you need to evolve to answer a board doesn't feel that great. But stunning the board in a situation like this does make it feel like there is a good payoff to it.
Yeah, I was also going to mention, I feel like the Himeka kind of has a bit of anti-synergy with Marwyn himself because she doesn't clear the enemy board, so the Marwyn Crest will just hit the stunned enemy rather than hitting face. But in this exact situation, Himeka was the only answer. So, kind of amazing to see it play out in a high-stakes tournament like this. And this
Exactly.
Norman, now, like, you can't set up another board because your board is basically locked. You're forced to go into the healing version, which means this 8/8 can be easily taken out by the fanfare of Congregant.
Hey, and there you go. Congregant was already in the hand. Now you will most likely want to cash in the evolve here, though, to try to find your Marwyn and use the last evolve on that. But yeah, that's the other thing that you mentioned that 100% agree with. That anti-synergy with Marwyn is one of the things where, again, we're seeing this tournament situation where she is super useful. She was literally exactly what you needed in that situation. But in other cases where you want to be burning face damage, and again, especially in this matchup where you need to be playing more aggressive, it kind of feels like you're going against the game plan that the deck wants to do specifically when playing in Spellboost.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. I think the Himeka there was a play for survival, not a play to win. And right now, Vivit does not have the pieces in hand to get to find a win, because Dream Life has a super evolve and Cocytus. He's missing the dimension climb, but even just extra play point slam Cocytus would be kind of intimidating. Because if you set Astaroths, all of the healing suddenly becomes useless. That's one option. Another option, Norman flood the board with golems. You've already seen them spend a Grail. And again, this is open decklist, so you know that Vivit does not run 3 Grails. So that's another option. And and without the Marwyn, I just don't see how Vivit can claw back from this. And also, the Congregant Crest, unfortunately, it pulls 4 okay, there it is. I was going to say it pulls 4 defense guys, but the Marwyn is not the only 4 defense guy in the deck, so it's actually not guaranteed either. But did end up getting it at least on the second proc.
The other thing about the Himeka Crest is that you need to have Himeka on the board in order to have her effect go live. So there, technically, even though the Anangrea could have been a target, there's no Himeka on the board, and so therefore you lose out on that as well. So it does feel like that's some of the reasons why you see it in very varying counts depending on the player. But you can see here that, I mean, at the end of the day, Vivit has found a lot of success with this lineup and made it all the way to top 8, so clearly he's been working out. But now you're playing against the god of Spellboost in the SVO region, and you just play down the Kokaitas basically unpunished. What is going to be the answer to that?
Oh, I think the cameras might have switched by accident there. Vivit should be the guy without the specs, I believe. But anyway, interesting.
True.
We drew the Seraph Lapis right at the last minute. I don't think it's useful this late in the game. And because right now you have to spend your super on Marwyn, because what else are you going to be doing? It does full clear, but Dreamlife slammed that Kokaitis extremely fast. I think he's hoping to overwhelm with a potential Astaroth. Then again, the Wilbert was the best answer to Silent Rider, right? So I don't think this is actually over.
No, it's not. I think, yeah, this is, you have ways to answer this board. The problem of missing Marwyn is quite tough, so now you finally do have to play it out. And you do get to evolve. I just wonder if we're going to go for trade. Yeah, looks like it is going to be a trade, and that way you can go face with the 4 as well.
Yes, this is quite an efficient clear, actually. Not bad. The only issue is, I was going to say if they draw Demon of Purgatory, I should stop manifesting, because Demon of Purgatory does clear the most here. Because Demon of Purgatory plus Sage Light will clear extremely efficiently. Goodness me.
Look at this. Ooh. Like perfect Earth Sigil count, too.
That is such a, like, the Demon of Purgatory is a 3 in 10 chance, so not like the most rare, but honestly quite a fortunate draw. If he didn't get that, I think Dreamlife would have actually been in trouble there. That Marwyn ended up being super clutch. The Despair token being able to take out any follower with a banish is like pretty strong.
Yeah, right. It adds so much, and we're seeing here the beginning of the party when it comes to spell boost. The
there's Astaroths.
All right. Well, we have.
I think you just heal into Silent Rider. Next turn, Astaroths. You present this threat so the burn doesn't go face, but you also have the Astaroths in a hand that you can just win with a super. I don't believe. I can't quite see it. It's a little pixely on my screen. Are the demonic calls 0 cost? Because if they are, Astaroth is a vector for lethal next turn. I don't believe they
demonic
are, though,
call
right?
is at 1 right now. So there's 1
right now,
at 1 cost and 1 at 5 cost. So
but if you play the Astaroth,
it goes down to 0, and then you can super evolve and deal 1 ping damage. Yeah, there's actually lethal on board.
There's lethal on board.
Hand, rather.
Yeah, I don't know how to repeat it is on hand, not on board.
Oh, but dude, because Vivit doesn't play the barrier amulet, you can't actually negate the 1 ping damage. That's the one heads up play you can try to do in this matchup. Is there is an amulet that gives barrier to your leader, and that gives you that survivability in even the Astaroth situations, but you don't have that option here. So Astaroth Reckoning, Demonic Call, Super Evolve, and deal the 1 ping damage is gonna give the first dub to the Master of Spell Boost, Dreamlife.
You know, a lot of people will look at that matchup and say it was the Marwyn not coming early that decided everything. And yes, of course, that was definitely a factor. But Dreamlife navigated the turns incredibly cleverly, I would say. Was not afraid to slam down the Kokaitis immediately, even without any climbs. Tossed away every climb in the deck. Don't need it. You know, that takes guts. And also keeping the Demonic Call for that OTK into Astaroths, very heads up as well. So genuinely, just a great, way to study the game is to watch high-level players like this. Now, Chris, we're getting into a Crest Haven mirror, so I hope you're comfortable. Strap in.
This is going to be a big one, and you can already compare the quality of the opening hands here between Vivit and Dreamlife. Vivit has the Marwin, Dreamlife does not, and we know how important that is, especially in the mirror, because basically what you have to think about in the mirror is that once it gets to the late game, I will quickly take a look at both these players' decks just to confirm, okay, we're good. Once it gets to the late game, your lethal range is 15, because you can set up 5 Crest to have burn 5 from the Marwin at the end of turn, and then if you play 2 Gilneleases back to back to generate their token spells, that's another 5 damage each from their effect as well. So from 10 play points and the 5 Crests lined up, 15 damage can go face. So you're basically always having to tippy-toe around the opponent, and especially in this mirror, the Temple of Repose, the amulet that I mentioned earlier, is really huge. Dreamlife plays it, Vivit does not.
Yeah, I want to see how the techs influence this game, because I also wonder if they run out of gas and then you do the 15, but you can't close, does the Lapis get you there? Like, that's a tool that Vivit has that Dreamlife doesn't have. So it's really going to come down to, as you said, a lot of the early game is going to just be setting up the crests and finding the pieces. I think this entire game is basically played turn 8 onward, and I'm really curious to see, like, what tech ends up coming out on top in the mirror. Because once we get to this stage where, in a metagame, right, we're only 10 days in, and we've sort of identified, okay, Crest, one of the top contenders. Now this is like trying to refine it through like the fires of competition here. What is the best pick? Yeah.
I think we're going to see a lot of changes week to week in all of these SVOs. Of course, there's also tournaments happening all around the world on top of the SVO. So a lot of these results influence each other. And I think especially, the Osaka event yesterday, as well as the SVO today, I think will definitely have a huge influence over the next couple of weeks. So I'm very curious to see, whether this Lapis tech will actually catch on. Drawn into both of them already here in this mirror. Pretty interesting for Vivit, but does have the Marwin. Only issue with the Marwin is that it's a little bit tough because you have the ability to trade, but it would trade into the ward. And if you pass, you're not doing enough damage. You can't count down your amulet enough for it to pop either. So I think the best case is to trade away the ward here and sort of just pass, yeah.
Yeah, but this is huge for Dreamlife. That is a massive lack of board presence that Dreamlife can instantly capitalize on. And that's why I think the player going second tends to have a better time in this mirror. They get their Marwin online earlier, and they get their Wilbert online earlier. And Wilbert making that massive board on last words is a massive obstacle to the mirror, right? Because that soaks up so much damage or forces a grail, and that's resources that you're losing in a battle of attrition. So I think Dreamlife with the going second was, a little fortunate here. And now the answer is, like, how does Vivit clear this in an efficient way? The Despair token, though, does banish. That is fantastic.
Gorgeous. Absolutely well played in terms of seeing the most eloquent way to clear and also banish the Wilbert. The most important objective of that turn was banishing the Wilbert to not let the 2/4s spawn from its last words effect, because if you went for the Vessel, then that would have summoned them out. If you try to be greedy and make your own Wilbert for some reason, then you're leaving up too much stats on the board. While the Gilnelease is super important in this matchup because it's part of your late game damage, but if it comes to shutting down some of the tempo that especially, we see is being built up really much by Dreamlife in that turn, then you do need to use her, I think.
Yeah, I am concerned. I think that was the best play, as you said. And I think in the mirror, you generally do save the Torrent of Despair specifically for Wilbert because of that. Couple of notes. Well, as you said, the Gilnelis is a huge part of the late game damage burst, and Crest only loses to burst, so losing that damage is gonna hurt Vivit in the long run. But interestingly, Dreamlife also has to consider, does he want to spend the Torrent on the Wilbert that comes out, or does he want to spend it on the Lapis? Because either one is actually quite damaging to Dreamlife. The late game burst that Vivit lost in the Gilnelis, he can regain if the Lapis is the one that doesn't get banished.
You're so right. The crazy thing for Dreamlife here is that he has another Marwyn in hand, so he can essentially banish the Wilbert, play the Marwyn, and then basically tell Vivit, hey, if you're going to try to be overconfident, we're going to get rid of the problems that we need to get rid of, right? We have the banish available. So then that comes back to Vivit, and it's like, do you just play Wilbert again? Like, you just try to hold off on the Lapis for a little bit? Try to force out all of their banishes here? Because I think getting the Lapis online is one of the strongest things that you can do specifically in this mirror.
Especially once their Crest countdowns start going down, and you're out of the countdown extenders? Is that the countdown delayers? Yeah. And then once all those go down, your damage output, especially in the game of attrition, gets really reduced. So that's where Lapis comes in. I will say, the early game hand from Vivit I thought was weak because of the 2 Lapis. Is that actually going to be relevant? Using all the Marwyn vanishes, maybe the second Lapis was a good draw in the end. Kind of hilarious in a way.
Right. It might just work out, and especially if you can bait out one of the banishes early, that would be very, very big. But I do think that Dreamlife, I mean, he is one of the best in the game for a reason. I don't know if we caught his flair on stream earlier, but he has like SVO champion flair and everything. So he is not afraid to show it, and everyone knows that he is one of the legends of OG Shadowverse, especially in the SAO region, which we're in that time zone right now.
It's him and Sadfeeder, right? Really, like if we're talking about goats, like
right?
Yeah.
So this is definitely not the easiest of matchups, and you have to really account for that. That the fact that he's not going to get baited as easily when it comes to the Marwyn here. So I feel like this turn, you have multiple ways to get rid of the board, and Vessel is one of them. The only thing I'm afraid of is using a Vessel early might not be the best in the long term. It looks like he wants to commit the Wilbert here already, because that also lets you do Wilbert Devotee. You get 5 crests online, and now the banish also becomes a 50-50.
Oh, nice. Hit the right target too.
Yep.
And we were talking about this, Chris, when we were discussing the matchups to prepare for this cast. That Devotee soaks up a huge amount of damage in the mirror, especially once all the AoEs are out. So, like, he might look like an unassuming little guy, but 4 stat for 2 is premium in a way. So, pretty tough, especially 100%. When it's like every chip counts, because, as you said, the damage ceiling is 15, not 20. So, like, the chip you do throughout the game does matter.
And the thing is that next turn, Vivit gets to 10 play points, which means the turn after, these Gilnelis will start going active, and then it just becomes a waiting game where, you know, if we can clear these boards well enough and sustain, then we're not going to have any issues in taking out the board in order to do the 15 phase later down the line. So it looks like Super Evolve is going to come down here, paired with the Torrent Despair. You managed to bait out 2 of them. Is this the time for the Lapis? I'm really curious.
I do think this is Lapis Super. Or, like... is there another way? If you Lapis Super, you don't do the damage face, but you do set up a massive body that does threaten lethal plus Giln. So, they have to figure out how to deal with it. I think Lapis
wait. Lapis might not be it, because you're only going to be on 11 defense next turn. So you go to 11 defense, they have Gilnelis They have the 5 damage. They currently have 4 in play. So 4 plus 4 plus 5. Yeah, that's not safe.
You're so right. I totally did not realize that we're about to get into Dream Life's turn 10, which, as we know, that's how Gilneas gets you the token. Even with only 4, that's 8 plus 5. That's 13. That's more than than 10 as far as I'm aware. Is this already OTK? I think it might just be the Gilneas plus the sweetness of veracity. That's it, man.
And there
Ben
we go.
is in for flex.
Ben is in for flex. Ben is in for the 5 damage, and
Good
Dream
catch,
Life
Chris.
takes it.
Yeah,
Cool.
going into the turn 10, exactly right. And man, Vivit not drawing the heal tools. I don't think he saw a single Benison that game.
No.
And also committing the Gilneas very early just to clear 1 body. Lost him a potential 5+ healing. Honestly mattered. I think that goes to show you plays that you make turns 1 to 3 do impact the outcome of the game 10 turns later. So yeah, very, very sick. And you know, honestly, I did not a surprise that Dream Life was able to masterfully execute on 2 of the best decks in the format. So big congratulations to Dream Life for making it to the semifinals. Let's take a look at the bracket to see who's coming up next.
All right, so you can see right there that we had Beric go up over WAG in the first top 8 match, and then we just saw the 2-0 victory that Dream Life did over Vivit. Of course, great showing by both WAG and Vivit, making it to the top 8, especially when it's like their first top in a Shadowverse tournament, right? So it's definitely something to be very proud of. But now we're gonna have the other side of the top 8. But first, I do believe we will have a short break just to make sure that, you know, the players have time to get ready. And of course, for anyone watching, this is your time to get refreshments, get snacks, and get ready for another set of 2 top 8s that will determine who makes it to the top 4 of the SVO Qualifier 2. Don't go anywhere.
Entire game, got the 5 Crest up online, got Marwyn on curve, got Isudia on curve. Oh wait, never mind.
This is lethal, isn't it? You super evolve with a Carbuncle, 3 evolve, 3 play points back, 20 damage.
Wait, is this already turn 11? I totally lost track. Yes, that is already lethal. Ignore everything I just said.
Beric takes the first game with Isudia for it. And even if you do, you don't have the super evolve to try to steal one of your opponent's followers anymore. So you might have to go for the draw follower and deal 4 damage. Do you hit? Yes! All right, we're good.
Is it too little too late?
Turn 10, 11, 12, 13 now. Then Crest Haven is just able to scale, answer boards, heal up a bunch, and just like that, we see they're going to just use the amulet on the board, the Shining Disenchantment for 4, and then there you go, another damage, just enough from the end of turn. The strength and the weakness of the Mode Abyss deck is that it really sometimes just serves you hands that are going to be some of the toughest quests you've ever had in your life. And here you see, as you said, Sage Light Teachings answers the board together with the 3/3, and we're even cashing in the Super Evo for 13 damage phase here. We see that WAG is not letting this opportunity go to waste. You get the full trade, but you lost your ward, and now you're kind of at the mercy with 7 defense remaining.
You just died to Rune and Valeric into Wings of Desire. No Shamnasha required. You know, at a certain
not even super
point,
regular evolve.
Yeah, that's exactly enough, isn't it? It's 7 damage, and I feel like the addition of Rune and Val gave Mode kind of a critical mass of bursts that lets them win games. Kind of amazing to see it play out in a high stakes tournament like this. And this
Exactly.
Norman now, like, you can't set up another board because your board is basically locked. You're forced to go into the healing version, which means this 8/8 can be easily taken out by the fanfare of Congregant. Because Demon of Purgatory does clear the most here. Because Demon of Purgatory plus Sage Light will clear extremely efficiently. Goodness me.
Look at this. Ooh. Like perfect Earth Sigil count too.
that is such a
that survivability in even the Astaroth situations, but you don't have that option here. So Astaroth Reckoning, Demonic Call, Super Evolve, and deal the 1 ping damage is gonna give the first dub to the master of Spellboost, Dreamlife.
You know, a lot of people will look already OTK. I think it might just be the Gilnelis plus the sweetness of voracity. That's it, man.
And there
Ben
we go.
is in for flex.
Ben is in for flex. Ben is in for the 5 damage and
Good
Dreamlife.
Humanity sought out glory. Humanity prayed for prosperity. Wish granted. You shall face the trials. You chumps will soon learn that resistance is futile. We are the inheritors of their will. The weavers of your pathetic destinies. Yes. Bow before us. The true harbingers of weal and woe. We are the heirs of the Omen's 10. Shadowverse Worlds Beyond. Heirs of the Omen. You thought the trials were over?
Welcome back, everyone, to the second qualifier of the Shadowverse Open 2025 circuit. We are your commentators, myself, Different Fight, together with Igni. How you feeling, man, after that first set of top 8 matches?
I'm very happy Isudia made it to semis, so I've already gotten what I came for. But, you know, there's still a huge amount of fantastic Shadowverse games to be played, including the next matchup right here, right now. Let's take a look at the bracket first to see where we've been and where we're going, especially if you're just tuning in here. So Beric and Dreamlife made it to semis with completely different lineups. Very diverse metagame because we're only 10 days in. So very cool to see the developments in flux live in a high-stakes environment. And then next up, we have Hiraeth from Team Revelation versus Maxi Bon 1, 2, 3, 4. Maxi Bon got 3rd place in the kickoff. So he's already got results, and he's kind of a young prodigy. I believe he only turned 17 last month, and he's also put up crazy results in other competitive card games as well. So we're talking prodigies. Maxi Bon is up there, and you know, I don't think he's satisfied with that 3rd place. He's hungry, obviously, because he's back for more. Meanwhile, Hiraeth also playing multiple different card games and part of a story team, Team Revelation. Do you have anything to say about him?
Yeah, I mean, Hiraeth, he's been, you know, playing different card games throughout his career, let's say. And what's actually interesting is that he traveled to the Card Game Fest in May, where Shadowverse Worlds Beyond actually had an exposition, and you could try the game. I think you tried it yourself, actually, at the event, too.
That's correct, yes.
And he did say that he actually tried the game at Card Game Fest, and then back then he wasn't, you know, he liked the game, but wasn't too sure, like, where it's going to go in terms of, like, competitive circuit and whatnot. And, you know, that uncertainty led him into a top 8 finish at one of the first ever tournaments for Worlds Beyond. So I definitely think he's on a good pace here, right?
I mean, for sure. And I mean, just love to see that, you know, the exposure got such talented players into our circuit. It's always thankful. And speaking of, let's take a look at their deck list right now. And I believe Hiraeth is not taking any prisoners because his lineup is probably the favored pick of competitive players. It is once again the Crest Haven Spellboost Rune double dragon here. Not dragon of the class, as in like these two are strong decks. So I will say though, also kind of teched out here with the Himika in the Crest Haven, which we saw was relevant against opposing Norman. Maybe that's the exact reason why they play it, I would assume. And then the Spellboost Rune here looking very, very typical and favoring the inclusion of the Edelweiss, which I also really like because it helps clear boards very efficiently. What do you think about the Edelweiss tech?
I think it's cool. It definitely gives you, especially if you're expecting, I think, Haven and also Sword to an extent too. It gives you, like, in the Haven matchup, the damage from the Edelweiss herself when she evolves kind of just goes into the Marwyn usually, I guess. Whereas then you can trade for the remainder if you need to. But I think also just leading more into the spell boost gives you more certainty that the Norman will actually be played when it needs to be, right? The worst feeling with Norman is that when you don't have enough of your Earth Sigils, or you have to like spend a turn just to play suboptimally just to set up the Earth Sigils. So leading a bit higher or leading a bit heavier into the Earthright gameplay, I think should make that a bit more of a smooth gameplay experience. But let's take a look at Maxi, of course, our third place from the kickoff tournament, and see what two decks he is going to be bringing into this tournament. Of course, as you said, young prodigy. He's coming in and, you know, showing all the Shadowverse unks, you know, what the new generation of Shadowverse is all about. But we see here, actually sticking with, I mean, hey, if you told me that this SVO was happening in the Infinity Evolve format, I wouldn't question you, because he's basically bringing the best decks of that format with the Roach Force inclusion in here, Igni.
Yes, I like the only new card in this entire lineup is the Gilnelis in the spell boost. The Roach does not run any new cards from Heirs of the Omen, I don't believe. It just goes to show you how powerful that deck truly is.
Eradicating Arrow. There is one new card.
It does! You're so right! I just saw it. Yes, Eradicating Arrow is a new tool that lets Roach deal with wide boards. And it's especially useful against Norman, because the stat debuff actually bypasses the barrier. So if you're able to clear the Norman body himself, and then the Eradicating Arrow can handle the barrier followers afterwards. Another interesting technology, though, is just that with this new set, it's kind of tough for Roach because so many more decks have just like a plethora of wards. So I'm really curious to see how Maxi navigates this, especially against the Crest.
100%. I think the Roach Forest deck, the reason why you don't see more of it in this tournament is because it just gains so many more bad matchups. So I think, you know, for Maxi, it's definitely just another day in the works. You know, been topping tournaments for different card games a lot, and now already making a name for himself in Shadowverse as well. So I think once the players are ready, we'll just get into it and see which of these decks the players will choose first. Igni, what are your predictions?
I think Maxi is going to queue up Roach first, because Roach has an incredibly favored lineup against Spellboost. So, it's pretty even, maybe slightly favored into Crest. So I think you get the easy, well, quote unquote easy. You never know what's going to happen until it happens, right? But a favored matchup with the Roach first, and then after that, you have two chances to get a good hand with Rune. So I think Maxi is going to queue the Roach first, but maybe I'm wrong. Let's take a look. No, he queues the Rune first. All right. Now Rune versus Crest is almost even, I think. So I guess the opposite reasoning of what I said. He's trying to get the harder one out first, which is also a way you can do it.
Yeah, that is one of the approaches. Yeah. One really interesting thing about Hiraeth, actually, that I didn't mention yet, is that he has been very much like the champion from the Osaka tournament yesterday, been relying on this Haven throughout the best of one part of the tournament. He actually told me that he did not play Rune a single time until the actual top cut. So he essentially just cruised through the entire tournament with this Haven list, which also, I think you should be a little bit afraid if you hear this information, if you're the opponent or future opponent in this bracket, knowing how confident Hiraeth is with this Haven list.
And honestly, not a bad start, but this turn 3 is a little awkward. No Grimnir to get a crest up, no none of the new repos characters either. It's just going to be a hard pass. And because Hiraeth is going first, he doesn't even really have a play on turn 4. So Hiraeth, unfortunately, is kind of giving Maxi a lot of free time. And that's not what you want to be doing against Boost, which is already pretty good against your deck. So I'd be worried.
That temple is your only play, I feel like. Even though it's not the most optimal timing, I do think that the temple is at 2 in this list. Yeah, it's at 2.
No, but the problem is if you play the temple early, the barrier can get pinged off by a super. So
yeah,
I think you pass or you play the blinding phase just to get it out of your hand so you don't overdraw. Genuinely.
Right, that's the thing I'm thinking about is you don't want to be overdrawing in this hand when you're still missing all of your crests.
This is tough, Chris. This is not the early game you want to be seeing, especially you didn't get the early game crest, so when your Marwyn evolves, it's like the damage is minuscule.
Works too hard.
Right? It really is not the greatest start here for Hiraeth, but I'm sure throughout the 10 rounds of Swiss, there were similar games that, didn't necessarily go the best. But here we don't see the extra play point being used for the Anangrea on Maxibon's side. Instead, choosing to play a little bit more conservatively, maybe trying to aim down that Norman for the turn 5 instead.
Oh, okay, yeah, just the Marwyn right away. Yeah, are we going to see the extra play point for Norman? I think we are. It's incredibly difficult for them to deal with the barrier golems unless they commit a Grail. And if they commit a Grail, that means no free clear for a future Crest burn turn, right? So, and then also if sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, go on. No.
Oh, after you.
Wow, this is the gentleman's commentary. But I was gonna say that knowing that you're playing against Kuon, I do feel like keeping the vessels for the Kuon specifically is really important, especially if this game drags on. So I also agree that choosing to use it or not here is going to be a little bit difficult.
I really like Maxi's play of not trading the Norman, because if he traded the Norman, it would have given Hiraeth the opportunity to clear the biggest body without sinking Grail. The only problem is this does kind of get punished by Congregant, but even if the Congregant comes out, the 2 barriers are still in play. So this prevents the most efficient clear, because if he traded Norman, Salefa into trade would have been 2 bodies cleared. And it also just makes it the most awkward for your opponent. And that's kind of a lot of what Shadowverse is about, is making your opponent's game line, if they get it perfectly, is super strong. How do you make it awkward for them?
Yeah, and I think that this has so far been a masterclass by Maxibon in that sense. Ooh, okay, choosing to actually trade here instead. So, of course, leaving up, the end of turn ping damage just to ping the barrier is nowhere near as good, but we now know that there's so many different ways to get rid of this board. I mean, you have Anangrea that you could do. William was kind of like moused over for a second, but that draw into the climb into Anangrea is huge because you get the full spell boost value and you get to trade away this board with the summoning staying on board as well, which is very, very powerful.
And notice how that minuscule decision on Maxi's part changed the entire pace of the game. If Maxi showed fear and traded the Norman into the Marwyn, Hiraeth could have just Salefa'd that and taken out the barrier and taken out 2 threats compared to the that mattered a lot. So just the decision of Maxi to not trade that Norman, I think might dictate the outcome of this game potentially.
100%. And now we see so far things going in the favor of Maximon. And again, we have this consistent question for Hiraeth. When do you want to be using your vessels, right? Because Kuon is ready for next turn. We have the Dimension Climb in hand, so we know that we're spell boosting that along the way. And with another 2 Kuons in hand, this is looking like a pretty solid game state for Maxibon to try to close it out. And it now comes down to how and when does Hiraeth want to try to answer these boards? Do you actually go for the bait and use the first vessel here and get some burn damage? The worst part is that there's not that many crests in play either, so the burn damage isn't even that high.
Yeah, the lack of the early game crest from Hiraeth is really coming back to bite him here. Like, if he was able to find Grimnir, that would have been great. And the reason why Spellboost has game against Crest is because it just makes boards every turn like this, and we just saw a Jean overdraw. I can see you took a deep breath there when that happened. Tell me about it.
Dude, the Jean is usually a one of inclusion in these lists, and it is in the case of Hiraeth as well. This was, if your opponent is not super evolving with the Kuon, even if they do, honestly, it is the perfect answer to Kuon because it's 6 damage to everything while setting up a ward at the same time. Now, you had the one way to answer a board without Vessel. I guess Salifa is also the other option here, but you have to commit the Evolve for her, which does not feel good when you don't have enough Crest.
Man. And, like, with this only 2 crest damage, it's actually technically better for him to just trade, or are you going to use this? Oh, man, do you waste the token here on a 4-2? That does not feel good!
The one saving grace is that you shut down Spellboost 3. Like, that is the only thing, is that shutting down Spellboost 3, we know that the climb has not been advanced enough yet. So the Spellboost 3 there would have set it to 10. And then if you're going to go for a Kuon here again, that would be another 5. And then another Kuon would be another 5. So that would have been 3, 5, 5. You get the climb down to 0. So actually, I do think that was quite relevant. It now comes down to, again, how does Hiraeth choose to play this out? You could theoretically go for... The problem is that the Stormy Blast is at 0 right now. And you could theoretically just go for the... looking smart together with just trading. I don't think you want to be using your Evolve here, but not trading also leaves stats, right?
You can use Stormy Blast now, though, right? Because Anagrea boosted at 3, plus looking smart should be at 4 now. It is at 4 now. Enough, even to keep the ward summoning up, not bad. And we also see the Gilnelis in hand, which means that next turn, Maxi, I believe, is allowed to just play 1 Kuon for stats, and then he has the turn 10 when they're both at 10 play points OTK, even with just 1 Kuon, right? You Kuon get the Noble Gilnelis, it becomes 12. It's 17. So it's quite strong if you have the climb boosted enough. So
yeah, you need
honestly,
some chip damage.
It's pretty. It's up there, I will say. I think Maxi does have the win in his hands, especially if the climb gets boosted enough. So to that end, you would want to just play the Kuon for stats and the boost anyway. So I think the next turn play for Maxi is pretty decided.
Yeah, this is also quite good from Hiraeth because the setting up 2 wards that could become 3 wards here is quite good, especially when you're like the order of the pings was perfect, right? They didn't evolve the Anangrea, therefore the 4 damage was enough. Now you shut down Maxi from going extra play point, Kuon 10 to face, and the next turn I go Kuon D-shift, Gilnelis, and that's game, right?
Yeah, that does matter.
But, or D-climb, sorry.
Oh, muscle memory, I see.
Muscle memory, baby.
This is a pretty efficient clear, but as you said, it delays Maxi's like chip damage that right now he doesn't have the full with the Gilnelis OTK. And is that Dimension Climb at 7 at the moment? So
yes,
yeah,
it is at 7.
It's still pretty expensive, yes. Kuon on play will boost by 5 immediately, but that's not 0. It'll go down to 2. The thing is, Chris, he does have the call at 0. So that would perfectly put it down to 0 if Hiraeth plays a body.
True. That's basically what it comes down to. If Hiraeth plays a body expecting storm damage, and looks like they are going to be playing multiple bodies and trying to get on the 5th crest in play here.
Although,
Barrier, is it time?
No, not just that, but if the Shikigami from Call can't trade, Decline will be stuck at 1.
You're
and
so
these
right.
These guys' stats are not big enough to kill.
Oh.
Wait, no. He can technically play the Shikigami first and then kill it with the Kuon and Handstand.
Yep. That's going to happen right here. We don't have any Earth Sigils on board. That's what actually made this play possible.
I was going to say, usually that's not a possible play because of Earth Sigil. But now that there's no Earth Sigil, I just realized that was a possibility. Double Gildanese! Is that OTK? No, it's not, because the spell is 5 still, right?
No, but it still is.
It is.
You give the
because of the extra stat.
Damage. That's right, Igni. You got that, plus the 5 damage from the spell. This is exact, well, not even exact, it's 21 damage coming in here with the sweetness of Voracity, pinging core game and taking the first game of the set for Maxi Bond.
You know, that was a huge... technically, it was a risk. Because I believe before the climb, correct me if I'm wrong, he had a Gildanese in hand already. So, and with only 2 in the deck, that climb finding that the Gildanese in the end anyway. Huge. And that was your out for OTK. Technically, you could have found another Kuon as well. So there were multiple outs there. But either way, a very clean game from Maxi. And I think it's also emblematic of showing like that little decisions in the course of the game really did like build up to something to him winning. Like if that Norman got cleared that earlier, like Hiraeth would have had a way easier time.
Yeah, I mean, it really goes that far back, doesn't it? It's kind of crazy to think that it's the small decisions that really reward things in the long term. Of course, we do have to keep in mind that for Hiraeth, that early game was tough, man. Like, there was like no Crests, no Grimnir, no Supplicant, you know, just in
double
general.
Benison.
Yeah, it's like you had the Marwyn, but you weren't really doing too much with it. And that is one of the downsides of the deck. I mean, that's how card games are, right? You can't have everything at your disposal.
Yeah, and Benison is also like the worst card in this matchup because what's 10 healing gonna do? Rune destroys you from 20, so yeah, it's definitely tough, and probably why Rune is favored into Crest Haven. Now, the only issue is that Roach now has 2 shots to win, and Roach is incredibly favored against Rune. So I'm a little worried for Hiraeth's prospect here. Maybe he can pull it out if the Norman wards really come in clutch, but the card that I somehow failed to spot earlier, I gotta get new glasses, man, is the Eradicating Arrow. That really helps shore up that weakness too from the Roach. Let's go right into it. Oh, and Hiraeth showing no fear, going straight into the unfavored matchup. I mean, I guess he has to win with it anyway. Peel the Band-Aid off, right?
Oh, and right off the bat, we do see the new cards, but gonna mulligan everything. Godwood Staff is the main priority keep here, of course, in the Roach deck. Fairy Fencer should be okay, just for early board presence. Of course, you know, with Rune, this specific list does have things like, you know, the Penelope that they can play out early game, or like the Melvi and whatnot, but doesn't necessarily have the greatest board presence until like turn 4 or 5.
Yeah, so true. The Melvi does mean that Rune has early game plays, and the Fairy Fencer, it might seem like a really unassuming card, but if you think about it, it's an early game play for, you know, the vanilla stat, and it also has that effect, which very underrated. It becomes 1 cost if you super while it's in your hand, and that also gives you technically another Roach enabler as well. So I really like seeing that this card is still being played, even though it's very unassuming in terms of effect. It really shows the theme of Forest, right? Like, where it's everything working together for a greater than its sum of its parts kind of feeling.
It's all about that teamwork, just like you and me, bro.
Whoa! I'm so happy to be casting with you, Chris. It's my great honor.
This is the sentimental. It's sentimental open. It's not the Shadowverse Open anymore.
That's what the SVO stands for.
Oh, choose
I will
the
say,
trade.
I think he kind of has to. Roach, like, the problem is that the chip does matter, right? Against Runecraft. But if you leave the 2 up, you don't have that much healing. And these days, the amount of chip that you're taking actually does matter because there are win conditions like Odin in the game, and I don't think Hiraeth plays Odin, but I have seen Spellboost runes playing that, so genuinely, like having to answer that is a problem. He fuses a roach. That is bold.
That's very bold. Yeah, I was gonna say that is quite. I mean, you typically only need the 1, but there are times where, especially in matchups that have more sustain and healing, using the second one to get that, you know, first instance of like 4 to 5 to 6 damage or something before you go for the kill turn can actually be very relevant.
I wonder if it matters in this run though, because of Norman and Sagelight, and now Gilnally's healing runes so much. Maybe early chip roach became less valuable.
Right.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to see. Edelweiss is quite good though.
It is quite good in this situation. And I also wanted to mention, like, again with Gilnally, it's just such a flexible card. It gives you that fear of death because it's basically plus 7 additional damage in the end game. So yeah, I understand why Maxi traded turn 2, even though it might have been more beneficial to chip. That plus, you know, considering Rune has a bunch of healing, maybe trade was the only play in his mind.
Yeah, perhaps. And here we're gonna see. I mean, the Bale is slowly starting to come down. You don't want to be using it that early. Is it the really just Glade here that stands out in terms of a play? The draw 2 I feel like is too good to pass up at this stage, and the damage is obviously very much appreciated. But the draw 2 will give you the extra gas to make sure that you actually land the Roach combo, right?
Yeah, we're still missing. We have double Bale and we have Roach. The one thing we're missing, if we're Maxibon, is the deep wood memory generators like Cairn. And Cairn is also a buffer. I think he's trying to dig for it. Cairn ups your damage potential by a lot in a deck like this. And not having it at all is a little concerning, I will say.
Yeah, I do agree. Definitely do agree. Virgin gonna come down. Virgin I think is pretty nice though.
I don't know, Chris. I think the Roach can capitalize on this by board locking the Rune with their own onions. We've seen that happen before, even in the previous SVOs that we've casted this year.
Yeah.
I think the Burgeon's a little risky.
It can definitely go south, but I do feel like looking at the hand right now, like if you look at the context of the hand, there's basically not much spell boost potential in the first place. So relying on Burgeon to give you the onion patches to at least have some way to get that dimension climb down seems like the only option, because otherwise you're relying on the homework in order to find you an Ingrea and a Kuon. But on 6 play points, you have the freedom to be playing it for the full cost. I feel like you're going to need to rely on those onion patches and then some other spell hopefully drawn along the way to actually transform that into the other spell.
My concern is that if they top Kuon next turn and an Onion's on the field, they're clogged. They lose that spell boost as well. That's a little bit of an issue if the Onion is alive and there's no tradable targets. I think it's risky.
Both ways.
Yeah. Oh, and I think Maxibon sees the weakness, leaving nothing on board. Oh, wait, never mind. He plays a fairy. I think he valued the draw more there. That is fair. Oh, but you know what he drew? How did he know?
Ooh.
It was the baby carbuncle.
Baby?
He
No
saw
way.
it in his mind's eye, dude.
That's crazy. I mean, that is very important right now. You have now a second bounce option. And again, this is where we get to see the new spell shine, the Eradicating Arrow, giving you the minus instead of the pinpoint damage. This means that together with the Bale, you can use the Bale to take out the 7/7 here with the Norman, and then try to use the spell to get rid of everything else.
It's a little sad because you want to be saving Bales for your Roach combo, of course, but does he actually have enough to make this work? He's at combo 3.
You do have 3 Bales in this hand,
left.
right?
Yes, true. Very true. Very true, very real.
Real entry.
Okay, so Annihilating is now doing 5. Yep, Godwood plus Annihilating, that's it.
Oh. It's so satisfying to see it play out, right?
And his hand is completely refilled because of double Godwood. Beautiful play. You know, this is why you run... When you run the card for that specific scenario, and then it works in that specific scenario, no better feeling in the world, man. You feel like a genius.
Yeah, 100%. The only issue here is that we're still not seeing Enengray, we're still not seeing Kuon. Right now, Hiraeth is just drawing blanks all day long.
This is already a favorite matchup for Roach, and I think Hiraeth's lack of hand quality is making it an even tougher uphill battle. What do you think would be the draw he desires most right now?
I feel like, I mean, first things first, didn't go for the draw in the first place. Kuon would have been able to actually answer that board, but I mean, didn't have the leeway to go into it. So for next turn, that definitely is the goal. Choosing to let the two stay on board, but while we don't have the Lambent, nor do we have the 0-cost spells here, I'm kind of wondering if this is... 8 play points feels like it's not enough yet, but let's see.
My screen's a little small. Help me out here. How expensive are the Bales right now?
1 and 2.
Oh, is that lethal? Wait, you got Baby in hand.
The Fairy can make them
Roach.
0 and 1.
And then bouncing with Bunkle will make one. We'll make them both 0 anyway.
Oh, but chooses to delay it. Looks like he didn't see. I think also you can usually tell if the Roach player sees their lethal or not by how much they're moving at the beginning of the turn. You could see that he was still very much sort of still thinking how to approach this turn. If he saw lethal, I think he would have already found it during the opponent's previous turn. Now we're going to see one of those more aggressive Roaches to just chip a little bit of damage here and play out the Godwood Staff again, and now you have double bounce. And this board getting answered means that you're going to have 2 0-cost Bales. So let's think about it here for next turn. We see that there is no win right for the Spellboost hand. So I'll let you pick it up, Igni.
Oh, no. I was just going to say, I think generally the rule of thumb is that it's like 9 play points, 18 health. Roach will probably have lethal from there.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think at 8 it was just out of reach. Sorry to interrupt. You go ahead.
No, not at all. It's just that
no.
You first. See a way for the Spellboost side to take it in this instance. So here, you're basically having to Gilnelly's Super Evo heal up to 20 because that's your only path of survival, and then you're essentially gonna be just dimension climbing next turn for 5. Yep, looks like it's gonna be 5. Oh, but the Kuon pickup is pretty good because next turn you can extra play point Kuon, get the full effect out. That will put the climb to 0, and then you can see where that goes.
Is there a next turn? I don't think there is.
Yeah, right. So in terms of combo count, we have 2 0-cost spell, 2 0-cost followers rather. So 0/0. Fairy can go in, that's combo 3. Then you have 2 1-cost spells, that's combo 4/5. And then you can play out Roach, Carbuncle, Super Evo, and then Roach again. And do you still have any more play points? Or do you just win by that point? The problem is that him not playing it gives me the impression that it doesn't have it in this instance either. Because even if you bail, that'd be combo 3 here. You'd have to Fairy first, so that's combo 4. Roach then you have left with 6 play points. Roach comes down for 5. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's enough then. Because that would be 5, bounce 6. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. So it looks like he's just saving his pieces. Because he has a good hand because he's got 2 0-cost followers and multiple ways to bounce. So I guess the 10 play points is what he's waiting for.
He also doesn't really show fear because the Onion and the Giln are board locking his Kuon. So that reduces the amount of damage that can come out. He doesn't have a fear of Cocytus because he's still on turn 9. And with no body on board, Cocytus can't Astaroths even with a climb at 9 play points because the climb will only give him back 9 as well.
Touch me.
Ooh, this barrier is really huge. And also eating up the last of the Earth Sigils is also very big because that opens up that board space that we saw ended up being really huge for Kuon.
The barrier doesn't matter. He has 2 double cost Bales, so this is definitely lethal, right?
Yep, it should be. Fairy's gonna come down, super evolve the baby Carbuncle, get the 3 play points back. You're gonna get the burn damage from the Carbuncle going in. You just trade in your Fairy, and then you've got still 10 play points to work with. This is now combo 4. We have another 2 1-cost spells in this hand. Now it's just gonna be a question of time. If you can play out the 2 more 1-cost spells, it's gonna be combo 5, combo 6, and then the Rhino.
You just bounce Roach 3 times. Yeah.
Yep.
You have to bounce Roach 3 times. Yeah. Yeah,
there we go, managed to find it.
I have to say, incredible level of restraint from Maxi Bond. Of course, you're calculating lethal every turn, but if you have nothing to fear, you can just wait and then get the guarantee. And Hiraeth did play around it the best he can. Put up a ward barrier, put up back to 20, so out of lethal range, which is usually 18 ish if they're at 9 to 10 play points. But then, unfortunately, double Bale came in, which was exactly what he needed. And to be honest, Maxi Bond, great hand quality that game. Got the Godwood staff early. In fact, got all 3. And then also got a Roach for early fuse that he didn't even need. And it went really, really well. So congratulations to Maxi Bond. This is his second top 4. Looking at the bracket here, getting 2 top 4s within only the span of a couple of months here in Shadowverse Open is pretty incredible. And who is going to be facing up against Maxi Bond? Well, it's the winner of the last quarterfinal here, EMT Psy versus Flying Goatee.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one to take a look at as well. So very similar lineups actually coming in from both players as well. Psy. So for some of you of the old heads in chat, might be a little bit confused because there is another Psy that competes in the SVO, especially in the West circuit. So when I saw this name too, I was like, wait, is that the Psy I know? But he's from Team Rev. So I was like, did he switch teams without changing his, social media handles? But no, it's actually a different Psy. We have 2 Psys now in the SVO, and they're going to be going up against Flying Goatee. And Flying Goatee is, this is their first notable top in tournaments in general, whereas Psy has actually played quite a few other TCGs, so has a bit of that, competing in TCGs, rep and general experience. So I think we can take a look at their list as well. We're going to see some pretty popular picks return across both players, but definitely some interesting choices in both lists that you don't necessarily see from the games that we featured so far. So starting off with Psy, Igni, anything interesting that you spot among this Roach Forest list together with the Crest Haven list?
I think the Aria is a interesting inclusion for sure. Most people cut that entirely these days because it's a little expensive, especially when you want to be low to the ground in terms of combo pieces. That being said, the Aria can help deal with the wide boards that a lot of these other decks are presenting, which, you might otherwise have to invest a Bale in, which, wastes one of your combo pieces, right? So, for example, if they make a board of a Congregant or in mode, or with even Norman still, the Aria can help to deal with that. And also, of course, giving the Fairy Storm increases the damage potential of your Roach turns, because instead of just running a Fairy in, that fairy can do an additional 1 to face. So it changes the calculations there. So that I think is really interesting. And he made room for that by cutting some of the other pieces here. So I like that a lot. The Crest Haven, though, I think this list is pretty typical, would you say?
Yes, I think the one card that we haven't been seeing as much of, that I personally quite like, is the Dose of Holiness. So that's just played for like basically early game. It's especially good into Loot Sword because you can use it against the Octress when they play that on turn 3 just to get the Crest. Then you can play Dose on turn 3 to get rid of it and also heal 1 from any early chip that they might have done as well. But speaking of Loot Sword, let's take a look at the opposing side, Flying Goatee's lists, because they are the only player in this entire top 8 bringing the Loot Sword in here. So, and it's actually not just any variant of the deck, it is the Tablet of Tribulations variant. Igni, tell me about this card.
I think you just heard me like exhale in disbelief. This is an incredibly teched out list. So, as you mentioned, the Tablet of Tribulations banishes all duplicates from your deck, so it thins your deck by quite a bit. But the upside is that every single turn you can engage for no cost to draw a card. That means you can find your most important pieces. And in the game of Loot Sword, you don't really need more than one of your guys. Because Sincero requires you to fuse loot for his damage to go up, the second Sincero is often a wet noodle. Because you invested all of your loot already into the first guy, and then your second guy comes in and has no food to eat. So, banishing the other two Sinceros, honestly, not that big of a deal. And then you thin your deck so you can more easily find your Odin, your Albert, and then in this list, he also has one of Tentacles and one of Centaur. So even if he banishes the storms from Albert and Odin, he still can draw into a win con, with the tablet also having the benefit of thinning his deck of weenies that do not contribute to the endgame. So really cool tech, I would say. But, as a one of, he has to find it. That's the problem.
Yeah, exactly. So it's going to be really cool to see this list in action, just because, of course, there is, there's been a lot of changes in the Loot Sword deck overall. And of course, a lot of these lists have been including different cards. We've seen like the Luminous included. We've seen the Amelia to give you a bit more late game push as well. But this tablet build has been very, very interesting because it's quite high risk, high reward. And especially in these kind of tournament settings, that can really be what makes a difference. So I want to see here Flying Goatee as the only Loot Sword in this entire top 8 will have a deep run or not. But of course, we do have Sai that stands in his path. So let's take a look and get into this game when both players are ready, Igni.
Yeah, super excited to see this. The tablet build is very, very unique. I think it matches up well into the field of this top 8 where it's, Crest and Boost. If it was against a fellow Sword, perhaps it wouldn't fare as well. Because I think that against a fellow Sword, having the board flood tools like Amelia and Luminous Mages really stalls them. But, maybe just having big Centaur guy go face is exactly what you need, because that burst is the only thing that can take a deck like Haven down.
That's right. It looks like we're going to start with the Rune instead. We didn't really talk about the Rune list too much. There is some interesting tech in this list for Flying Goatee, such as the Snowman Army actually had 2 copies to try to play that long game and board lock and whatnot. And of course, a lot of the usual suspects with a little bit more of Earthright choices, such as the Apprentice Astrologer being played on top of the usual. I was actually Melvi only at 2, so actually cutting into the Melvi to play the Apprentice. Quite interesting.
Yeah, Apprentice Astrologer mostly considered worse than Melvi, right? Because it isn't a straight plus. It shuffles back a card in hand to draw a card, whereas Melvi gives you an Earthright that draws a card. But technically, it's cheaper if you're desperate for, a last-minute hero draw. So I wonder if that's just in there for, a good luck charm, basically, is what I'm trying to say. I also will say,
yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just like curious why Snowman Army is suddenly picking up. Do you have any insights on that?
So I'm not too sure as well, because it has definitely been on the uptick overall. I wonder if it's to try to board lock specifically Sword, because I guess in that sense they do play out a lot of their... They have to play out their early loot cards in order to generate the tokens, right? And then maybe you can board lock them away from one of those game-winning plays. There's also been, because there's been an uptick in things like Amelia and Luminous in Sword builds too, because they go wide, you can try to punish them and then buy yourself a turn without necessarily taking much damage. So that could be also one of the other reasons. Another interesting choice here was that we didn't see Sai play out the Devotee there.
Yeah, didn't play it. That's very interesting, especially since... I think... Is the consideration to not run out the clock on the countdown, right? Save it for when he needs that damage to clear, particularly against an ANG. That might be the consideration. Yeah.
ANG.
Also, I wanted to say, maybe the Snowman Army, there's a lot of taller guys now these days. Like Crest makes some pretty big guys. And then, of course, the Congregants in various classes also make quite large bodies, so also could be a reason. Hey, Marwyn on curve going second, that's what you want to see, right?
Yep. Feels like we haven't seen a Haven game in one of these last couple sets. You know, Hiraeth just like locked in the spell boost twice. So it's gonna be a very smooth mission here, saving the extra play point as well optimally for Wilbert next turn. We're gonna see if Flying Goatee allows that to happen.
I think this matchup is incredibly even though, and this is a very strange meta. One, because we're very early into it, of course, so people are still developing, it's still in flux, but also I think card quality in your hand matters a lot more in this set than it did last in terms of how it affects the matchup. Because there are a lot of cards that really change the landscape, like single cards that change the landscape of how the matchup goes. So a lot of it, I think, is to do with card quality. Ceteris paribus, of course, if the player's skill is equal. So honestly, it is quite an interesting one to watch, especially such an early tournament into the set, because it feels like anything could be anybody's game.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big appeal of this tournament in the first place, is that it's so early into the card pool, or not just the card pool, but I guess the meta of this expansion, that everyone has an impression of what's strong early, but knowing Shadowverse, these metas change every single week. What is considered the best deck today is going to be very different next week.
I mean, remember when Infinity evolved before it came out, everyone thought, including me, by the way, I was wrong about this too. Everyone thought that Artifact Portal would be so good, but the fall off for that one was legendary. So, you know, it really does take time to find out what actually is the best thing to play.
It really does. Speaking of the play, though, this looking smart, while it does clear the Wilbert, you don't have the cleanest way to get rid of the tokens, as you're one Earthright off, so the Demonic Call also doesn't get rid of it. Triple Declimb in hand is actually pretty impressive.
Is it good, though? Because usually you would want a Declimb to draw into another Declimb. Doesn't this reduce your odds a little bit? But I guess it's fine, because the Declimb only boosts 5, so if you have it early in hand, at least you can Declimb into another 0 Declimb. So actually, it's okay. Yeah. The only issue now is that with no board and Goatee is gonna overdraw, the overdraw could be an important piece like second Kuon, for example, or second Giln would also be pretty bad. And now, with an empty board, now you see Sai commit the Devotee. Is this the opportunity he was waiting for? Just to get the higher amount of burst? Because if you think about it, the little chips... Oh, he's actually attacking!
So choosing... Ooh, Kuon burn, that's not good.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think I called that by accident.
So I was doing a little bit of calculations during this last turn, and looking at the state of things, we have Kuon gives you Spell Boost 5, and then there is the Summoning that gives you Spell Boost 2, so that's 7. And then there's one more spell in hand that gives you 8. So the Dimension Climb can go down to 2 based on the current hand. And so you need to find another source of Spell Boost 2. And then if you can get that by the next 2 turns, optimally you want it as soon as possible, then you will be able to get the Dimension Climb down to 0 for the Goatee on turn 10. But the emphasis is that it needs to be in these next couple turns. I guess it can be later because Haven plays a long game, and as long as you can keep up with what they're doing, you can play it 1 turn later too. But the sooner the better, because that way you avoid the crazy burst potential that Haven can have once they've set up their Shining disenchantments, as well as, of course, the ping from the Marwyn and any of the Gilnilly's Sweetness of Veracity tokens.
That, yeah, and taking that into consideration, thank you for doing the calc. That is actually pretty bad for Sai then, because his hand is very passive. Like if you notice, 2 Blinding Faiths, 1 Benison, 2 repose spells, and a Salefa. I don't think Sai is able to put on enough pressure to stop Flying Goatee from simply accumulating the boosts he needs for that endgame you were outlining. So it's actually kind of rough with the cards in Sai's hand.
Snowman Army was a pretty good pickup though, so I think 100% you are correct. Oh, the Jean, now not burned, actually is a very, very good pickup because that gives you the answer to the board without needing to rely on, of course, the vessel. But at the same time, you're also presenting a pretty good body. I guess Snowman Army is one of the potential answers to that. But I wonder if we're going to see Sai go for it here, Igni.
I think another consideration. Tough. You could Benison, then Blinding Faith for 4, and then if you then do the Torrent of Despair, it will specifically hit the Celestial, preventing 3 boosts. That is another option that I think is worth considering. And the Benison also heals you to 20. Not that it really matters, but you know, it does matter if they don't have Kakaitis and they have Kuan, but you know. Yeah, I don't know. Giving them that boost is a little dangerous, I think. But let's see.
Right. Oh, the call. That's actually quite big, especially because... Hold on. You can do... Yeah, you can actually set up. You can set up. This is actually going to be 2, and then you have enough play points to play out another 3 spell boosts. So that will get the Dimension Climb to 0, and you are going to be able to clear this board, and you also are setting up a very thin-handed Ruler of Kokaitis. It's very important that it's on a thin hand, and you don't have to worry about this getting banished either because now the Dimension Climb is at 0. So what's really important is I think you play the Apprentice here. The only problem is that you would have to put back a declimb, and that's not too good. Optimally, you want to actually... Optimally, you want to get rid of the Apprentice, but...
Do you need to get rid of the Apprentice? Because if you Kakaitis into an Apprentice, after a climb...
It draws a card.
It draws you a Silent Rider, or whatever.
That's true.
That's still fine.
That's true. Okay, we take those. We take those. This is huge. You actually, unless there is some miracle play here for Sai's side, Flying Goatee should have this.
And remember, you were talking about the amount of burst, but no disenchantments, no guild. It's not even the turn for guild. The max he's doing is 5.
Correct. Yeah, I wonder what the answer is here. Like, there's no actual way to evade this damage unless you have the Barrier Amulet. And once again, I feel like every time these situations come up where I'm like, oh, if only the Barrier Amulet, it's not in the deck list.
Yeah. Oh, he's not playing it in the deck list at all. Yep. Goodness, this is quite a tricky position for Sai to be in. Out comes the GOAT. Kokaitis!
Only to be matched with a Dimension Climb. Let's see what this draws into.
Climb!
Another climb! Oh my god, this is gonna be welcome to the circus. It's gonna be a festival out here. 6
He only needs to find Ryder.
Damage.
It has to be. I think it's impossible for him to miss. There's Ryder. GG's!
He gets it! There it is. The lethal found from the Dimension Climb back to back. And there we see again having the multiple dimension climbs paid off because you got another one down all the way to the low counts where you could play it off of finding it from the first climb. And just like that, Flying Goatee manages to take the first game.
Yeah, when I saw Sai's hand, it was all Blinding Faiths and Torrents. I was like, he cannot pressure. And if you give Runecraft infinite time, they will, yeah, if you give them, you know, a length of rope, they will strangle you with it, is all I gotta say. So you gotta be careful about that. Good. But he's now, so Chris, we get to see our first loot sword game of the day, and it's a tablet loot. What are we in for?
Man, I'm really surprised that we only have one loot sword. I do think, especially now that Flying Goatee took the first game, there is a high chance that he could take this top 8 match, but of course, Sai could definitely run it back. Roach matchup, I'm really wondering if there is a choice of Roach here. And there is. I wonder, I haven't really run into Roach much when I was, because I spent like 4 days playing Loot Sword just to really like learn the ins and outs of the deck. And I didn't actually run into Roach the entire time because everyone's just playing the new things from the set. So I'm really curious how this matchup actually lines up.
We see an early Bunkle. It's not great on Sai's side. A little unfortunate. I think the Glade is definitely the most important card in Sai's hand right now, especially into a Loot Sword Zirconia on 4, going second. Pretty brutal. Yeah, the Glade is super necessary. I think the issue with this matchup and where Roach is going to struggle is that if anything sticks and the Zirconia can land a buff, all of their clears get so much worse. Because, you know, these Lancers, these Lance Troopers, sure, they can get cleared by an ambush from above, but if they get a +1/+1, suddenly it's not enough. Same with Eradicating Arrow, right?
Yes, exactly. All right, this is
does
huge.
Get the clear,
this board clear is vital.
I'm so worried, though, because no Godwood, he doesn't really have a turn 4 play.
Yeah, it's just going to be... Oh, no. The May is actually going to be doing a lot of work here.
His hand is looking really thin. That Glade is going to have to do so much work.
That being said, the entire world rests on his shoulders.
I was going to say, though, Sai did a very good job clearing ahead of the Zirconia that you know. You know they have it. When you're playing against Sword, you know they have it.
Especially if they're going second. Then they have it even more.
Especially if you see that they keep any cards in their mulligan.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There it is.
Oh, yeah. Real
Needs no introduction. Literally one of the strongest turn 4 going second plays, I would say, in the entire game. Zirconia.
Yeah, presents offense will eat your heart out, am I right?
10 in stats, bro. Like, it's insane how much this presents.
This is a breeze.
Yeah, that Glade, if he didn't have it, it would have already been curtains. Think about that. That being said, still not a lot of draw inside his hand. I'm honestly concerned. He only has Garden's Allure as a form of draw right now. Finds a Roach, but the rest of the hand pretty low power. That being said, flying Goatee, not many proactive plays here either.
The problem is for Goatee right now is that all the cards in the hand can only manifest one of the pairs of the token spells. So the strongest part of loot is its tokens. There's crazy levels of flexibility that you have, but you only manage to get one of the pairs, and now uses the necklace here in order to use that into the returning slash. It gets to clear the board, but the draw you were really hoping would give you the second of the pairs here instead, but instead it gave you another Sincero, which is sadly not going to be doing too much in his hand.
That's like the worst case scenario. That's the worst case since Scenario. Is that anything? Anyway, that's why you run the tablet, is to get rid of the excess guys. He's too fuse hungry. You cannot, like, especially since most loots cut layer to 2, because it doesn't do anything for the board. Like, you just literally can't generate enough loot to feed more than one Sincero in most games, I feel like.
Yeah, 100%.
Or at least if you feed the second Sincero, he's going to be significantly worse than the first one. So, I will say, though, that necklace, 50-50. did hit the right target. If it didn't, Goatee would have had to sink and evolve to clear. So genuinely pretty good fortune there.
We take those. I mean, that's part of the gameplay of Shadowverse as well. Is sometimes you need to, you know, kind of like play for the worst and the best case scenarios at the same time. Sometimes it's like, all right, if this hits, I go for we have the best case scenario, I can save and evolve. But then even if it doesn't, I can still take care of the situation, even if it does cost me the evolve.
Yeah, it's called playing to your outs, right? Like that's a big skill that on any card player's journey, and it's something that I'm very blessed to be able to see people learning in real time, because a lot of new players are coming into Shadowverse Worlds Beyond. So
yeah, right.
This loot hand is frankly terrible. I'm really quiet because look, he's got 2 blades. They're not differently named, so the Sincero damage is capped at 1. And
the only good thing about the blade,
the necklace generates another blade, so he can't actually pick another name. Sorry,
there is
Chris,
one
go.
good thing, is that because the slash generates another blade, you can fuse the blade into it without any sort of, you know, remorse. Basically, you know that it's going to be fine. Oh my god, we're playing this in Sincero for 1 damage AoE?
One Sincero?
It might not be all too bad because you present a lot of stats on board, and drawing into that Centurion is not the worst.
You're being very diplomatic. I think this is very bad.
Ooh, doesn't even use the super evolve here, so basically just goes like, all right, this 1 damage is not doing anything. I just need to answer this board. Yeah, this is tough. This is actually
the Lily!
one of the most. Oh my god. This was not just one of the worst situations, but this next turn is about to get even worse for Flying Goatee.
Holy moly! The Lily off the top means that the stat that Goatee is trying to present is doesn't exist. So, like, and it gives him a draw option. Oh goodness! And remember, Goatee's already at 11 defense, so the Roach doesn't have to do all that much work, really.
Yep. That's crazy, right? We didn't even think about that, but there's been so much chip damage happening that basically makes the job that Sai needs to do with this Roach so much easier.
This loot is not looking very powerful in this particular matchup.
The world is full of splendor.
Unfortunately, and then this is just gonna be an easy clear and draw. I expect you play Cairn here, for sure. Set up for the next turn. And then I think you probably Garden's Allure. Oh yeah, draw first, of course. Dragon player, sorry, I don't draw first. So, yeah, you definitely Garden's Allure to try and find a bounce or a carbuncle. Oh goodness, Chris, I can't watch.
So it's not all. Seeing how good the hand is on Sai's side, it's hard to say it's not all over yet. But the only saving grace here, God, it's like Centaur Centurion Super Evolved is 10 damage, and the token from Octress gives you another 4. So technically you have 14 damage. Oh, but you already used your extra play points, so now...
Oh!
Wow. Okay.
He's gonna go for Super Evolve Vol Centaur kill next turn.
Yep.
Sai has to kill now, but he does have it. Deepwood,
have it.
Fairy, Roach, Bunkle, Super Evolve Bunkle, Roach, right?
Yep. That's actually going to be it. This is going to be combo 5 Roach. That's 5 damage, and now you just play Roach again, and you're good. You just need the Super Evolve to get the play points back. And this is going to be a Roach taking the game, evening out the set 1-1 between EMT's Sai and Flying Goatee here. Here comes a Roach for 8 damage and evens out the set. Whew.
Very strong showing from that Roach there. Just goes to show ya, they got one new tool, and they are squeezing it for all the mileage it can get, and it's very much still a top threat, especially now that its worst matchup, Wardhaven, nowhere to be seen. So that kind of opens up the field for it.
Yeah, this is gonna be an interesting one. I think we had a very big low roll there on the sword side with Octress. You know, Octress was found, Sincero was found. You start thinking, okay, well, I have my options. I've got my cards that I actually need in order to set up for the game plan that this deck wants to do, right? We want to count down the Crest in order to generate the token, and then the Sincero is going to give us that crazy 8 damage AoE, right? But then if you don't draw the actual loots, and we saw from an very early point in the game where just not having the 2 different sets of the loot tokens really nerfs what this deck can do.
Yeah, 100%. It's a very piece-reliant deck, and I think there are quite a few of those in this current meta. But yeah, it feels like a deck where there's a lot of variance in terms of the delta between how good it can perform and how badly it can perform. And that feels the same way for a lot of different decks in the current meta. I mean, Marwyn's the same way, right? Like, if you don't draw the Marwyn on time, you just are so upset. And I just, speaking of, looked at the screen, and when the Marwyn was drawn into hand, Sai, like, looked into the sky and did, like, a thanks to whoever's up there for giving him the Marwyn on time. So, yeah, it really goes to show you that, in particular, I feel like the Mulligan is so much more important in this meta than it was last meta. Because you need to find the pieces in the right order. Yeah.
There's very specific options that you need to have. You see again here, the Grimnir is going to come down, try to control a bit of this early damage output. I think on the Haven side, one of the strong things that you theoretically can do is if you have the Blinding Faith, you can extra play point. You know, 3 damage AoE kind of takes care of this board usually, but instead, we see a Fuse here that already takes care of this board, and then 4 damage can go face. This is more like what you want to see from the Loot Sword. This game is actually starting to look more like the average game, not so much what we saw just now.
I mean, that's why we love a best of 3, man. You got to give the deck a chance to come back.
Everyone loves a good best of 3. And, you know, being able to have that run back when you do have some of those not so lucky games is also very good. So the one thing here is the Salifa answers is board Igni, but you do delay the Marwyn game plan, but it's not exactly the worst. I mean, you don't have that many crests in the first place, and you're not really doing that much damage. So instead, set up a 5/5, make it a little bit difficult for the Loot Sword side to take it out.
Yeah, I think that's correct because this is an open deck list format, right? Like, you usually wouldn't do that for fear of mages on turn 5. But Sai knows that it's not there. So he could spend that Salefa without fear, right?
Yep. Interesting choice to use the 1-cost returning slash first there over everything else. I feel like there was a world where you could, like, Devotee, put boots on it, trade that in, and then use the slash so that your draw doesn't get burned. Or also just, you know, use first to make sure your draw doesn't get burned. But one of the Octresses did get burned. Luckily, it was an Octress, not your, like, tablet or something, right?
Right, yeah. That was a little bit of an odd sequencing. Here we see the flexibility of the recently changed loot cards. So if you guys didn't know, the loot token spells actually did exist in Shadowverse Classic, but their effects have been honestly strengthened in this new version, because boots didn't used to give +1 attack, and that little bit of damage is actually super relevant.
Yeah, the thing is that initially it only gave rush, so it was a really cool way to answer boards. The +1 attack not only does give you situations like we just saw, where you could actually, you know, answer boards you initially couldn't because of the +1 stat gain, but it makes the top end of this deck become much more crazy, because Albert until now has always been, you know, 9 play points, 12 damage face. But now if you hold him for 10, you can put new shoes on him, put the boots on him, and then he's now doing 14 damage to face, which is also just one of the crazy flexible ways you can use these cards. Also, the fact that the blade can go face is another big change. Of course, the goblet no longer heals your followers, but healing 2 to your leader actually patches up one of the big weaknesses that Sword has had until this expansion.
Yeah, which is why I'm, like you said, quite surprised at the lack of Sword in the top 8 in general, I think it's probably Crest like keeping them out. Because if you think about it, I don't think Loot can do an OTK. If the Crest can find Benison, I think they're always out of range. So this matchup might be the one where, like, even though his hand quality is better, I still am worried about, you know, the prospects of Goatee here.
Yeah, 100%. There is... The play here is a little bit awkward for Goatee because of the fact that the Sincero needs to Super Evolve for his AoE damage. It looks like it is ready to do that damage, but right now, you're basically going to just get the Remnants, and you can now Octress again in order to set up the Crest again, and then essentially just keep your hand full with some of these tokens. The only issue is that you are not fully answering this board.
The 0-1 is not a huge deal, though, I would say.
Yeah.
And it's going to get answered by the Sincero anyway. I think proccing the Octress into a second Octress is fantastic, especially in a game against Crest where it actually can go quite long. And like I mentioned earlier, you need all the burst you can get to counteract the healing from both Enlightenment but also Benison. So yeah, getting the I think this might be a matchup where double Octress token is actually maybe relevant.
This situation is so interesting though, Igni, because Marwyn's not up yet, and Wilbert would theoretically be really cool because even when the Sincero pop happens, it's 4 damage. So if the Wilbert is healthy, it doesn't get taken out by that. Or if you Super Evolve the Wilbert, it can trade without losing defense. And therefore, it's a 9, so it survives. And that way you'd have to do 8 damage from Sincero with the Evolve. And only then would you be able, would the 2 Force come out, and then they don't have a way to answer that. But the problem is, you're doing this on 6 play points where your opponent's at 7 next turn. They can just not Sincero and just play Odin.
Yeah, I was gonna say this does get just straight up hard punished by Odin. It does end up happening. Yeah, I wonder if the Marwyn was the better play. I think the Wilbert had a higher ceiling if they didn't have the Odin in hand. And of course, they don't have perfect information, right? But taking that into consideration, don't you kind of want to start chipping the sword down a little bit too with the Marwyn? Because you know, their healing is not that much other than tentacles and up, so I wonder. I think that's gonna be one where, you know, we look back and we see maybe the game could have gone a different way.
I guess the benefit of the sort of like the idea, I guess, is that if they only have the Sincero, you gave a hard time to the Sincero. If they Odin you, that means they use that turn to play 1 follower. Now you can play Marwyn safely, and you know that the banish will hit the target that you want. And at the same time, you now have your healing active, you're delaying all of your crests at the same time, and you're also setting up 5 damage to face. So maybe it wasn't even an option. Maybe it really was just the Wilbert that turn and nothing else. And it's like whether they have the Sincero or the Odin, you're good in either case.
See, my concern is that if you... I feel like the amount of healing you have does mitigate it a lot, to be fair. No, that is fair. My only concern is that if you are spending all of these resources, is there enough burn in Goatee's hand to overcome the healing that they set up here? But I do think that your analysis is completely valid, of course. Like, but now with Blade, you're down to 5. Benison would be the only way out of an Albert kill. I think the Odin going face, it was a calculated risk for sure, but it was still a risk. I don't know. Tough. I think it was a tough situation either way. I think it was a tough situation either way, though, to be fair.
Yeah. 1 Super Evolve remaining, and you're going to have to think about where to use it because this turn is going to be do or die. You heal at the end of the turn, but this could be... So if you use Salifa to heal up to 8, end of turn heal up to 9, use the Torrent to banish. Yeah, you only have 8 play points. That would be basically all
you have to super the Salifa. to prevent the Albert from going.
Yeah.
And that feels really bad.
But if that's what you got to do, that's what you got to do, right?
Yes, but even in that case, the Albert would trade Salifa. It'd be 1 to face. They'd be on 7. Albert, it's 1 off. They'd be alive at 1.
Oh, but don't forget the Wilbert buff. The Wilbert buff, of course, makes it so you don't even have to evolve
yes.
it. Completely missed that. Apologies. But
so
this is still not bad, though, because you get to heal up here while setting up potential lethal for next turn. And what's also good is that this Vals will also eat the damage from the Crest.
I think this is a little dicey. Okay, I was gonna say, if Sai drew the Benison, I think it was GG for Goatee. But was able to... Yeah, If it was Benison, I don't think Goatee had a way out, because he's so out of gas now. But thankfully it wasn't, right?
Yeah, this is... Ooh, going for the Torrent. The Supplicant, I want to see...
the ward up.
Yeah. We're still just barely surviving. Oh, now the token is live!
No, but that's still not lethal. Wait, no, it is, right?
It is, because this token is exactly 4 damage AoE.
Yes!
Take out the followers, and 12 damage to face is gonna take it. Flying Goatee manages to take this very neck-and-neck set with a 2-1 victory over EMT Sai.
Such a close matchup. And you know, I think if the Benison was found, completely different game. But there's a certain threshold of damage where once you pass that threshold, it becomes very hard to recover from if you don't have suddenly 2 play point heal 10 in your arsenal. So, and we saw that, you know, despite Sai healing to 18 after that devastating Sincero, it just wasn't enough.
Yep, exactly. So I think overall, that was a really close set. I kind of wish I kept more track of the Octress Crest count, because that was definitely something that was worth playing into. Of course, whether the Crest mattered or not depended on what Sai put down on the board in that situation too. So I think choosing to Super Evolve would have actually tanked the hit, and that would have actually been a completely different story. So choosing to not Super Evolve there, to not have the buff, is actually what basically won the game for Flying Goatee. So Sai choosing to save that Super Evolve is actually what really changed that entire outcome. So very, very intricate match. So many like small decisions that kind of went in favor of both players in a way, right? So very interesting match between these two players.
It's curious because what are you saving that Super for even? Like you make a very good point there. I feel like, but you know, it's difficult to, especially with these two decks, Loot and Crest specifically. They have such flexible and dynamic play lines. I do understand that it's particularly difficult to keep track of every possible outcome, but yeah, that was a really well played by Flying Goatee, and I think it goes to show why this variant is the one that made it in a way. Because, you know, if you're playing stuff like Amelia, Luminous Magus, you kind of get farmed by Crest. But if you get rid of all that, and just add in all the damage guys, you know, you reach that threshold where the heal from the Crest, they must draw Benison or it's GG. So I think the list, and I love it in this scenario, where especially the own players' creative deck building and tech choices is what made the difference. I think that really shows, you know, a level of skill expression that is really valuable. So I'm really happy to see that.
100%. Before we go to our break, of course, let's take a look at the bracket and see who is going to be playing in our semifinals after the break. At the top of the bracket, we're going to have, of course, Beric going up against Dreamlife. We're going to get to see if the most innovative lineup in the entire tournament is going to have a good chance against one of the veterans of the SVO scene. And then after that, we're going to go into Maxi versus Flying Goatee, two players that we just saw duke it out at the bottom side of this bracket.
Yeah, very, very curious to see how the matches go. especially you guys do not want to miss how deep this Isudia runs, right? So guys, make sure to come back right here in just 5 minutes. We'll be right back with more Shadowverse action. Don't go anywhere.
I mean, you have Anangrea that you could do. William was kind of like moused over for a second, but that draw into the climb into Anangrea is huge because you get the full spell boost value and you get to trade away this board with the summoning staying on board as well, which is very, very powerful.
And notice how that minuscule decision on Maxi's part changed the entire pace of the game. If Max,
I guess Salifa is also the other option here, but you have to commit the evolve for her, which does not feel good when you don't have enough crest.
Man. And like with this only 2 crest damage, it's actually technically better for him to just trade, or are you gonna use this? Oh man, do you waste the token here on a 4/2? That does not feel good.
The one saving on board, that's what actually made this play possible.
I was gonna say, usually that's not a possible play because of Earth Sigil. But now that there's no Earth Sigil, I just realized that was a possibility. Double Gildanese! Is that OTK? No, it's not, because the spell is 5 still, right?
No, but it still is.
It is.
You give the
because of the extra stat.
Damage. That's right, Igni. You got that plus the 5 damage from the spell. This is exact. Well, not even exact. It's 21 damage coming in here with the sweetness of Voracity, pinging for game and taking the first game of the set for Maxi. Yep, it should be. Fairy's gonna come down, super evolve the baby carbuncle, get the 3 play points back. You're gonna get the burn damage from the carbuncle going in. You just trade in your fairy, and then you've got still 10 play points to work with. This is now combo 4. We have another 2 1-cost spells in this hand. In order, now it's just gonna be a question of time. If you can play out the 2 more 1-cost spells, it's gonna be combo 5, combo 6, and then the Rhino.
You just bounce roach 3 times. Yeah.
Yep.
You have to bounce roach 3 times. Yeah. Yeah,
there we
just
go, managed to find it.
I have to say, incredible level of restraint from Maxi Bond. Of course, you're calculating lethal every turn, but if you have... Goodness, this is quite a tricky position for Sai to be in. Out comes the GOAT, Kokaitis!
Only to be matched with a Dimension Climb. Let's see what this draws into.
Okay, climb!
Another climb. Oh my god, this is going to be welcome to the circus. It's going to be a festival out here. 6 damage.
He only needs to find Ryder.
Damage.
It has to be. I think it's impossible for him to miss. There's Ryder. GG's!
He gets it. There it is. The lethal found from the Dimension Climb back to back. And there we see again, having the multiple dimensions.
Yeah, Floral Fencer, eat your heart out, am I right?
10 in stats, bro. Like, it's insane how much this presents.
Yeah, that Glade, if he didn't have it, it would have already been curtains. Super Evolved Bunkle Roach, right?
Yep. That's actually going to be it. This is going to be combo 5 Roach. That's 5 damage, and now you just play Roach again, and you're good. You don't even... You just need the Super Evolve to get the play points back. And this is going to be a Roach taking the game, evening out the set 1-1 between EMT's Sai and Flying Goatee here. Here comes a Roach for 8 damage and evens out the set. Whew. Supplicant, I want to see...
ward up.
Yeah. We're still just barely surviving. Oh, now the token is live.
No, but that's still not lethal. Wait, no, it is, right?
It is, because this token is exactly 4 damage AoE. Yes! Take out the followers, and 12 damage to face is going to take it. Flying Goatee manages to take this very neck-and-neck set with a 2-1 victory over EMT Sai.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, to the Shadowverse Open 2025 Qualifier 2. We have just gone through 4 very exciting quarterfinals and honestly very varied lineups in the quarterfinals as well. And now we are moving on to the semis. And, you know, in a lot of ways, Chris, this round is the most important because obviously the higher you go, the more money you earn, so every round is important. But in particular, for the Shadowverse Open qualifiers, getting into top 2 secures you a slot into the Shadowverse Open Grands in October, which then can qualify you to World Grand Prix. So if you get second place, that's still a fantastic outcome, which means that this top 4 is the most important round, and you do not want to miss it. Shall we take a look at the bracket and see where we've been and where we're going?
That's right. Let's jump into it and see. So, of course, in our first top 4 match, we're going to have Beric versus Dreamlife. Beric, in case you missed it, is playing both the Mode Abyss craft as well as the Isudia OTK Forest craft deck. Of course, as we all know, this region, for some reason, the players that bring the craziest lineups tend to have some kind of, main character buff going into the tournament once they make the top 8. We're going to see if that main character buff actually comes true for Beric or not in this top 4 match, as he's going up against Dreamlife, one of the veterans of the scene, one of the best players, not just of the region of SCAO that he used to compete in, but the entire SVO in general. And then on the other side, we're going to have 2 of the new names, Maxi versus Flying Goatee. Igni, tell me a bit more about that matchup.
Well, Maxi is really interesting because he's very young, 17, a young prodigy. In fact, he turned 17 last month, so he's basically just turned. It's amazing the level of skill these days for people who grow up with esports around them rather than us who came into it later in life, honestly. And I will say, very interesting lineup on his side too, bringing the Roach Forest Craft and the Spellboost Rune. And then, of course, Flying Goatee, who brought the Spellboost Rune and the Loot Sword. So honestly, 4 very different lineups in our top 4, which you just love to see. And that's sort of the benefit the privilege we have of casting a tournament that's only 10 days into the meta. That's still very much in flux, right? Yeah. But we are, now that we've reminded you of the list, we are going to go straight away into the game. Going to respect your time here. It's going to be Beric versus Dreamlife. Now, Dreamlife's lineup of Spellboost and Crest Haven actually not unwinnable for Isudia, genuinely, because against Crest, doesn't matter if you Benison, Isudia will deal 20. Against Spellboost, it depends. If they're able to get a Norman that can't be cleared, that's very difficult. If they play Burgeon and evolve it, that's actually good for the Isudia because you can just board lock them. And then finally, if they have enough D-climbs to just do an Astaroth OTK before you can, that's also an issue. But that's why I think for that one, it's pretty much 50-50. So the Isudia perhaps it doesn't have favorable odds, but it's not disfavored either. So I'm really excited to see how this goes.
This is going to be very interesting, especially because the conversions into the top 4 are kind of crazy. Out of the 4 players, 3 of them are bringing Spell Boost, but everything else is 1-1-1. We have 1 Mode Abyss, 1 Isudia, only 1 Crest, 1 Roach, and 1 Loot Sword. This is very different from how the top 8 looked.
Very much so. All the Crests just fell like flies, honestly. Kind of amazing. So he's queuing the Mode Abyss first. Fascinating.
How are we feeling about this matchup, Igni?
I think it's... it's a bit... It depends. I think it's generally quite even, but let me double check Beric's list real quick, because there's a lot of different variations of Mode Abyss, right?
Yeah.
Like, you have the ones that run the barrel for more aggression. That one's pretty good into Spell Boost. This one is unfortunately not that, though. But what's good about Beric's list is that he does run 2 Dark Side for potential increased burst, and 1 Aragavi still as well to take care of Anangrea. I think he's teched it out for this matchup, if I'm not mistaken. So honestly, it might go in his favor, but again, it just depends on the hand quality on Dreamlife's side. And remember, Dreamlife is the number 2 ranker for Spellboost?
It's something like that, dude. It's kind of crazy how successful he's been with Spellboost in general. So definitely one of the players that you'd be very confident to root for if you're rooting for a Spellboost to win this tournament.
So, exactly. So what I was just going to say is that despite Beric's techs, this is still a very tall wall to climb. So honestly, I can't make a call either way.
Supplicant here doing work. One of the interesting plays that could have happened last turn was after the Luster Mummy was played, you could have buffed it with Castle, and then that would require Dreamlife to have had another spell in hand for the Stormy Blast to do 3 damage, and that would have let the 3/3 actually survive. But then that would have meant ignoring the 2/2 on the board, which, you know, has its own dangers and implications.
Yeah, very fortunate for Dreamlife there. That Anon Grey was top decked, so if it wasn't for that, he wouldn't really have a clean way to deal with that 4/4. And the chip does matter insofar as, you know, you would want to be spending your Norman for barrier rather than heal if you can. Otherwise, you do kind of get farmed by Congregant, right? So, you know, being able to clear the chip damage actually does open up your options in the later game. So, pretty fortunate for Dreamlife to get that Anon Grey off the top.
We're about to see what makes Devotee such a good card here, because you can Screaming and Loathing, refund the play point, and search for the last copy of it, and then you'll still have 3 play points to do the Devotee, and then that can do 1 damage. Oh, you can just do the 1 damage AoE. Oh no, you don't even need to do the 1 damage AoE. You evolve, you go for the 7/7. The other play I was thinking about is that if you went for the search instead of the 4 damage, you could have technically done Devotee 1 damage AoE, and then you could have theoretically buffed it to trade over the Anangrea, but this ended up just being the best case scenario.
I mean, that was a 50-50 too. That was a gamble. Calculated risk. Ended up working out, but Dreamlife has the perfect answer in the Edelweiss. I think it's still neck and neck, man.
Very much so. This is, I think every single one of these games between these two players will be neck and neck. I don't see it being any other way.
Let's go for the draw for sure. You need to find Shamnasha. You're already on the way to 10 here. After you proc this castle, you'll be at 7. You need to find Shamnasha, right?
That's right. And at this point, I think you don't want to get too greedy with your evolves yet either. So the Devotee, if it does come down after this, it probably is going to be just for the buff, and that's it.
You see, because Dreamlife prevented the chip from the Supplicant, this next turn he can just make 2 golems. Very difficult for Beric to deal with at this point in the game without Congregant in hand.
The power of a spider.
Going for the buffs. We're actually using the evolve to make a 7/7. Oh, is he trying to force out the super evolve from the Norman? Because if you go for the buff here, this becomes an 8/8. Regularly evolving Norman can't take it out, so you're forcing them to super evolve it or have another Stormy Blast to answer it.
That is a really heads-up play. Draining Runecraft of its supers, in particular, is very impactful. We discussed this earlier. If they don't have a super, they have way less opportunities for an OTK lethal, because a lot of them require a super to come online. So honestly, fantastic insight from Beric there.
And now what's really good is that the Devotee can do 1 damage to everything, and then you're going to have the ability to use the Supplicant to do 3 damage to 2 different things.
It's random, though!
It's not where you wanted it to go.
Oh,
you want us to hit one of the wars.
Gonna live!
I have only one to...
Worst case scenario! Oh, Chris! Oh, Chris!
That's not what you wanted to see. The optimal case scenario there was the random 3 damage goes into the golems, and then the 7/7 can trade in. But unfortunately, I mean, technically the 7/7 would have been exactly enough because of the 1 damage AoE as well.
Yes! That's what he was going for that whole time, but then double Snake Eyes, man! I mean, it's a card game. This kind of stuff does happen, but that cannot feel good if you're Beric.
100%. You definitely... I mean, was that the best play he could have done? I do think so, because otherwise you just Odin and trade the Odin. Doesn't sound too good. Obviously, that would have been less risky because you would have gotten 2 things off the board.
Yeah, I think Beric had to go for it though, right? Because he's still a turn away from Ginyuzu. No Shamnacha. I think he had to take that risk. Is the thing. It's just that it didn't end up working out, unfortunately. But I don't think there was another option.
I do think so.
This is tragic. 8 to the dome.
Yeah, this is also the fact that the Ginsetsu and Yuzuki does not have, you can't actually play it out yet. You're also missing, of course, the card that is, the namesake of this deck. The Shamnaha, like, not being here is just tragic. You essentially now have to use this Gilnelis, use your last Super Evolve just to heal 5 from her buffing herself and trading into your opponent's Gilnelis. And then I guess you can heal a little bit more from the Supplicant Igni?
I guess, but then what? Because now when you get Yuzu, you do make a big board, but Dream Life techs the Snowman army, which is an incredible tech for this, right?
Yeah.
You just lock the Ginsetsu, and their entire board is locked.
You're so right. I mean, that's actually the whole point of the card, in a sense. Ooh, okay, we're saving the Super Evolve. Okay, we know that this 2 damage is not going to be too big of a threat, and we also know that there's no Kuon coming out, there's no Kokaitis coming out yet either. This is still a pretty tough situation.
Dream Life's hand, it lacks draw power here, and a lot of his hand is boosters that have barely been boosted. That's actually quite a conundrum as well, to be fair.
That is true. But at the same time, I feel like you could, while it's not optimal, there is a world where you could, like, Sage Light to set up the... Do you still want to set up the sigils at this point? I feel like we've only seen 1 Norman, so you could technically Sage Light, then the Snowman goes down to 5 if you want to go for that.
But to use the Snowman now, you can't use it for Ginyuzu the next turn.
Yeah, right?
I think you have to play Call.
Yeah. You want to Call.
Oh, this is actually... we were, I think, focusing on Beric's hand a little, and like, being, saddened that the Shamnasha didn't come. But Dream Life's hand is actually full of really expensive boosters.
Yeah, and
that just haven't been
these
reduced yet.
Dimension Shifts are not doing enough. Like, in terms of their cost, they're just too expensive to play out with anything else. Kuon, missing in action, is currently the biggest pain point for Dream Life.
I think the Super is smart. Get the damage in and heal, knowing that they only, it's unlikely they have double Snowman army to stop all the damage. I think that homework time is the best draw he could have possibly gotten, though, also. So kudos to Dream Life. Also, I will say Beric presenting this wide board means that Dream Life can't Kokaitis freely. So it's pretty smart. But yeah, I think he just has to homework time and see what he gets, right?
You know another reason why this Evolve was really good? There's no William in the Spellboost list.
Oh, Big Willie not showing up.
Damn, all right. There was a more eloquent way to put that.
Hey, that's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. Get your head out of the
Kuon, though. He's got the Kuon, though. This feels like it's Snowman or nothing at this point, right?
The clouds won't know what hit him.
Yeah, you have to. I mean, that's what you saved it for, right?
Yeah. Although the heal from the 5 drain is not changing.
You're tanking 11 here, which is pretty tough. Oh, now you're tanking 14.
Wow, that is too close for comfort, buddy. Hold on. This is Odin for game. Oh, you could have played the Rage of Serpents first, and then it would have healed back the damage that you did.
True. Yeah, you're.
I guess
so
wants
right.
to maybe save it, but I think that's the best play he could have done this turn.
Maybe just save it.
I guess it's trying to give you that unpredictability of I might have lethal, I might not, but I feel like now that you already attack with the kill, at least it's very different. If you hadn't, that'd be a very different consideration. Being one-off winning with an Odin in hand feels like the chances are pretty good because the only issue is Sage Light heals 4, so the Odin is not enough without an evolve. And oh well, would you look at that? The Sage Light gets picked up.
Do you Sage Light for clear instead and then climb? Or do you have a better way to clear? How boosted is that Chaos? 7?
7,
Okay.
7, 7. So you theoretically can use the blast as well. And you could... Oh, we're going to just one climb. Oh, we're going in.
I think the climb has to happen, yeah.
Demonic Call for 0. Stormy Blast from the extra play point here. Dimension climb on to the next one. And what do we find here?
Norman.
This is 11. Yeah, we are
Is this
still
enough to
not.
escape?
Yeah, this does let you trade everything off because you have the second call. The only thing is that then you can play the Norman to heal up, and you do get out of the this
Odin
heal.
range because the noble has aura.
Yes. The only thing is that that second Gintetsu in Yuzuki basically just pops this whole board while healing 4, which is really, really big.
Ruined perfectly good materials.
Oh
And
goodness
now you're
me!
you're out of gas. You have the evolve though.
But the climb didn't draw another climb. That's the entire problem.
Yeah. That's the issue. I feel like the overall quality of the cards was good for the turn, but when you look at what's going to be happening next turn, it felt a little bit lacking. The only saving grace right now is that we are 1 damage off with this Odin in hand, but Rulenai is in hand, therefore you need to heal 1 if you are trying to evade the Rulenai Storm 5 to face. Otherwise, this is a game in Beric's hand.
The Anangrea has to
no
be
way
played
to
then,
do it.
right? That's the only
Anangrea has to
play.
be played.
Because you need the ward to prevent Rulenai from just smacking you in the head.
Then your only lose condition is if they've been keeping, or if they top deck the Shamnaha, they enable the double mode, and then the Rulenai takes it all. Let's see, this is going to be a tough one.
If Shamnaha comes off the top, this is huge.
This is game. This is going to be game if it does, but that is a big if right now. 23 cards left in deck. What does he draw?
It's not it!
Castle. No,
Wait!
Castle gives the buff. It's the
Of course!
+1. The +1 from the castle will be enough. The 5 damage goes to face. We don't need Rulenai. Just take it with the Odin, and the first game goes to Beric against the biggest MVP of the SVO circuit in this entire top 8.
You see how close that was every single turn. I felt like it could have been anybody's game until Dream Life played the climb and didn't get a second climb. Then I felt like it was curtains. But up until that point, it felt like it could have gone either way.
100%. That was a nail biter. We were really focused on the Shamnaha, but the castle with the +1/+1 buff was actually exactly enough for what you needed to win in that instance. It's kind of insane.
Well, this is also sort of what I mentioned earlier in the broadcast. The decks that perform the best generally are the ones that have all these different lines of play. Not only because the pilot can maneuver to unexpected situations, but also the opponent has to keep unexpected situations in mind. So decks like Mode, like Loot, and like Crest are incredibly tough opponents in a tournament like this.
100%. And right now, we see relatively good opening on the Spellboost side. You've got Anangrea, you're going second, which means that you can play it on the turn 5 if that is what needs to be done. Run me through the hand here on the Isudia side. I mean, you're literally... Bro's got a PhD in Isudia.
Well, you have the two pieces of the combo already, Isudia and Carbuncle. If you run Godwood, you would only need the one Isudia, but I don't think Beric does. So he would need to draw a second Isudia for full OTK to be safe, because if they clear their Isudia, then it's not online. So you need to draw two Isudias. That being said, you have the Hamlet in your hand, which is incredibly good. It cycles through your deck very... Oh, there's a second Isudia, never mind. It cycles through your deck very quickly, while being a resource you play in the early game that helps you clear in the late game. Because it has a free engage effect that gives -2 defense to an enemy follower. If you can set up double Hamlet into the opposing Norman, it's very easy to clear with Cruel. And because Dreamlife's hand is not very proactive, these Hamlets are going to stick on the board until they're needed for a Norman board or a Kuon board, which is really, really good for you, because the combo is very evolve reliant. So being able to clear those full boards without having to spend an evolve on a Glade or a Lily matters a lot, because it gives you a lot more flexibility in the end game. You think about it this way, in a lot of matches, they chip you down, you need one more turn, you need to heal. If you don't have an evolve, the Fairy Beast can't react to board. So any evolve point you save now is a 10-fold investment in your future.
Yeah, that does sound like the biggest pressure point right now, and you have so many ways, as you said, to answer those situations too. One thing I want to mention, so here, this big time taken from Dreamlife, it was really debating on, do you want the extra play point for the Anangrea right now, because you technically do have that option, or do you just go for the Edelweiss? The most important thing is that the Dimension Climb was picked up that turn, so I do think there was a world where Anangrea would have given you the triple spell boost. But how do you feel about Anangrea when you're playing this from the perspective of the Isudia? Does the ward from the summoning actually matter that much when you're just trying to stall out the game?
Not at all. I'm much more scared of Norman, which is why I understand why Dreamlife saved the play point in case he drew Norman, I think. Norman is much harder to answer as Isudia. Not only because Anangrea, the ward doesn't matter, but let me take a look at Beric's deck list. He should be running the new bronze spell. He is indeed Bestial Swipe, 2 play point, deal 4 damage. It's 2 play points to just kill Anangrea and sit. And then you can also spend the rest of your play points setting up an amulet for the next turn. So the coin Anangrea, while it does reduce the climb, I think the delta of getting Norman here is totally worth it. It didn't end up paying off, but like if he pulled the Norman, the game would have been way easier for Dreamlife there. Yeah, Anangrea is just not that impactful, like in this matchup. Yeah. I feel like, except to boost your climbs, of course, but like in terms of delaying the Isudia's game plan, not so much.
Okay. Yeah, so I think, definitely playing for the off chance that you draw the Norman because of how much it sways the matchup definitely paid off there. And even if you don't, the good thing is that Anangrea, while it does eat up your 5 play points for the turn, you might as well cash in the extra play point you have that's going to expire anyway for the new brew, and then you're going to get to just accelerate through your deck a little bit and try to find those pieces that are going to be more annoying in the specific matchup.
Okay, this is very interesting. If the bug alert hits not the ward, you can serve a Hamlet for Norman, which is really important because otherwise it's quite difficult to clear all 3. You got it. And now you can probably clear at least 1 golem and the Norman body himself. Ish. But honestly, Norman is still very good for Dreamlife here. Where is he? Not showing up to work, the lazy bum.
Uh-oh. We're gonna have to have a quick look at his paycheck real quick, but finding the second Gilnelese, while it is appreciated, right now I think the other thing outside of the Norman that is really missing in action is Mr. Kuon, right?
Yeah, so Kuon is sort of inconvenient in the fact that it, boosts you a lot and makes a big board, but it's a lot of stats spread out very low. Cruel ends up clearing most of it, thankfully. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, this is a very easy turn to just air in. And this also...
Yeah, right. The heal 2 is also big.
It is big, because it also... It kind of forces a Kuon super? And then the paper has to trade too. Yeah, that's tough. If the Kuon was in hand, that is, right? Yeah.
Luckily, there's a Stormy Blast in here. I don't think Snowman does much in this matchup. Correct me if I'm mistaken. So I think
not at all.
Pretty
it's a dead card.
To just take this out. Unless you want to use it for the spell boost count and then use the Stormy Blast after that. That could also be a consideration here. Otherwise, I mean, right now your hand is not really looking too good, so you probably just want to prioritize the spell boost in order to get the Dimension Climb to a playable count as fast as possible so you can do something on 10 play points.
You know, it could be relevant in his particular list because he does play the Congregant of Unkilling. So you might be able to more easily AoE if you take out the biggest Congregant, which is would be a 4/6. But I still think it's pretty irrelevant. Yeah.
The crystal. The spark.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're really just prioritizing
Dream Life
spells.
Yeah, he knows that healing doesn't matter. Isudia does 20 damage. There it is. Unfortunately, Beric will overdraw because unless he has Garden's Lure in hand, I didn't see it. No, he does not. So yeah, so he will overdraw. But I think the pieces in his hand are probably more than good enough, especially since the Rune didn't pressure Beric to spend his evolve points. He has a lot of flexibility in how he carries out this end game.
I think the other big thing is that so far Dreamlife has been playing essentially like one follower that needs to be targeted per turn. It's like Anangrea, summoning you ignore. And then now again it's like, well, this turn would it be the Virgin? No, we're gonna try to go for the climb and see what that draws us. We do find the Kuon finally. Going wide, I feel like is pretty important here.
I'm not so sure. His list runs Congregant, meaning that he'll get a full board of wards, and the Kuon will be entirely cleared. But there's also a case to be made that you don't play any wards, so that you don't give a target for Super Evolve. I think either way, it's a bad position for Dreamlife. Also, the Isudia has to die. He can't just ignore it, because if he just leaves it on board, it's an instant OTK.
Yeah, the Annihilating Onslaught will work as long as Isudia is on the board. Oh my god.
He just left it up. So
he left it up.
Instant OTK here. You just play it.
This is 20 damage.
I think that's a soft concede from real life. Yeah.
It must be. I'm assuming he just didn't see any other way through, but
Beric, please play it. Play the spell, man.
There's disbelief. But Beric has the 20 damage, the instant win button in hand.
This is a very soft. This is a soft concede from Dreamlife here for sure. Just leaving the Isudia up. What's taking so long? I wonder. Yeah, he's hovering over the Congregant. Does he not know? Does he not realize? Oh, didn't you mention that he only just recently played or picked up Isudia?
Started playing this deck. He only recently picked up this deck 2 days ago. He picked up this deck.
Oh no! Oh no, Beric! Beric! Beric!
That just gave Dreamlife a second life.
Don't look away.
Oh my god!
Everything exists for a reason.
That is...
But that happens in tournaments sometimes, right? You get so focused in on a specific play, and you're thinking, oh my god, my opponent is going to do this next turn, I need to counterplay this, I need to think about this. There's so many different things happening at the same time that sometimes the most obvious thing in front of you that is literally just a instant win button just disappears from your eyesight. You suddenly forget that it's even an option, and he's probably so focused, or he's so used to the Isudia baby carbuncle, let me refund my play points play, that he didn't see that he had the 20 damage in hand. I cannot believe this.
I mean, also to be fair, right? To be completely fair, Beric is also pretty new to competitive, right? You mentioned when you asked him about it.
Yeah. Beric, he's topped a lot in other card games, actually.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Goodness.
But it happened.
That was quite the blunder. But to be honest, I don't think that Dreamlife can come back regardless. This might be the world's most elaborate extended BM.
Yeah, I mean, this took out the Isudia. That's great. The problem is that
what's the cost of the spell? I can't quite see. My screen's a little pixely right now.
4.
That's not enough.
It's not enough.
Beric
There's
has,
still one more turn.
Beric has to survive to the next turn. And if he can't clear this Norman, Dream Life might be able to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. Beric had... Yeah, that's... Goodness gracious.
Goodness gracious indeed. That's crazy. I mean, what are the ways to answer this board, Igni? This Cruel, she does give you some of the ability to, you know, -2/-2 from everything and being able to... I mean, the thing is you only have one bounce in this hand, right? The Carbuncle has to stay in hand for the actual win con next turn. So you don't have a way to like Cruel bounce, Cruel again to like -4/-4 to everything. So this seems a little tough in terms of taking out the board, right?
Yeah, I guess Convocation. But then how do you... Okay. You just trade your guys.
It isn't over. It isn't forever.
We're just training our guys.
Perfectly good materials.
And everything's in place.
What is Beric's health right now? That's very important. I need to see it. I need to see it.
Yep. We need to go down from the hand from Beric's side here just to see the leader. There we go. 19. Okay. 19 without Dimension Shift. Dimension Climb, sorry, is not in hand. Old habits die hard.
No, that's totally fair, man. I keep calling them, instead of supplicants and devotees or whatever, I keep calling them servants and disciples and stuff.
Yeah, dude. It's the small things.
Now Beric just has to remember the sequencing. The exact sequencing, and you have to get it correctly, is Baby Carbuncle first, then Isudia, then Super Carbuncle, then Spell. You cannot do any of that in the wrong order. Okay? Beric, please.
Oh, the Gildalese is still gonna try to heal out. Try to go to 20, but it doesn't matter because
you
the deck does 20.
You have to do this in the right order.
Okay, Carbuncle.
Beric.
Okay, Isudia coming down. Let's get that spell. Let's get the Super Bowl.
Don't misclick.
There we go. Get the 3 play points back, and there is the annihilating onslaught. Run the animation, 20 damage to face. It took a couple turns, but we got there anyway. Beric takes down one of the kings of SVO, Dream Life himself, in what is the most unbelievable match in Worlds Beyond SVO history, I think.
I think in SVO history in general. Chris, do you know how vindicated I feel as a guy who has basically only played Isudia for the past 10 days? Because, like, when the set first came out, I tried everything, and then I played Isudia, and it's like freaking Ratatouille, Open Your Eyes flashback. It was so beautiful. And so I only played Isudia. And now to see it, remember, getting top 2 secures a slot in the Grand Finals for SVO in October. Beric has just secured a Grand Final slot with Mode and Isudia. Genuinely crazy impressive.
I can't believe it, dude. Beric actually takes it all. Let's take a look at the bracket. We do have, of course, the players and how they've run through this tournament so far in perspective here. So, of course, we also have our next matchup slowly getting ready to decide who is going to be the second player that is going to take it into the finals, get that ticket into, of course, the finals at the end of October in Singapore. So, of course, you see Beric. It's kind of crazy to think about, but that 2-0 victory was that... You see the 2-0 numbers, but there was a lot that happened in that matchup. If you missed that top 4 set, I really recommend you watch the whole thing, because we said Beric, you know, these players that bring the super diverse, crazy lineups, they tend to have a bit of that main character buff going for them. Both the Abyss win from the Castle top deck and everything that happened in that last game, I'm seeing the main character buff, dude. I don't know about you.
I think in that Spellboost game, Beric had all the ingredients to win. That one, I like as an Isudia main, I saw like my third eye opened, and I was like, okay. From the mulligan, I was like, there's a line. But that I'm very impressed with his mode, honestly. A lot of people started writing mode off as a little bit too slow, but goes to show, still got gas in the tank, man, for sure.
Yeah, it's gonna be very interesting to see. This is gonna be a matchup between Moxibon's Roach Spellboost lineup versus Flying Goatee Spellboost Loot Sword lineup. So both players do have Spellboost. We might be seeing the mirror, but they also have two very different lists that kind of represent two very different playstyles as well. Both decks are quite piece reliant, but in very different ways. So I'm curious to see how they're gonna run it through. Of course, the Loot Sword we've seen has its good and bad days. Sometimes it has both the good and the bad day in the one and only BO3 set that you watch as well. But I think this will be interesting to see, of course, both players. In terms of the regions that they're representing, I think so far, Beric was representing the US, so playing at crazy time zone, by the way. It's like literally, I
Yeah.
guess it's late night for the US right now, depending on where they live. So that's pretty tough. On the other side,
I also want to
Dreamlight-
make it clear.
Yeah.
Be forgiving to Beric regarding that spell thing. It's very late for him, and this is his first top. So just take it in good heart. You know, that's all I wanted to say off the top.
Yeah. For sure. So again, Dream Life was representing Malaysia, and then Maxi is representing Australia versus
Oi, oi, oi.
Flying Goatee, also from Malaysia. Actually, a lot of we have 3 Malaysian players. 2 of them made it to top 4, which is very impressive.
Very impressive indeed. And once again, I want to emphasize Maxi 17 card game prodigy. He's been topping in other card games as well, even before this. Very cool to see such talent be attracted to Shadowverse Worlds Beyond. And we'll have to see if he can, put up results in this game as well.
Yeah, 100%. So looks like the players are ready. Let's get into this next top 4 semifinals match and see who gets to take the ticket to go to the SVO Grand Finals at the end of October in Singapore. Both players have an equal chance. We're starting off 0-0 with the Forest Craft against the Rune in this first match.
I think Forest, like we said earlier, like when we saw the matchup earlier in the day, Forest is very favorite here. The only roadblock potentially is like Norman barrier wards, but I think generally this is Maxi game to lose. So we'll have to see if he starts off this set strong. But we've seen before Flying Goatee can pull off a pretty miracle comeback. So I think we just got to see how it unfolds, honestly.
So pretty good opening. Having the Lambent is really important also for this matchup in general. But not seeing, of course, the gas of the deck, of course, in hand is going to be pretty unfortunate. Does see the Roach, though, so at least we're not, shoutouts to previous SVOs where Roaches bottom 20, bottom 10.
We can't, never look back, is all I say.
Never look back.
I also want to mention, even without Godwood's staff, I think Maxi hand is fine, right? He can just curve into Glade. Oh, no, okay. Why do I say anything, man? That's what I've been trying to say.
It all works out.
Hey, man. That's life. All right, I think the homework time is for sure, right? Oh,
Or save life
really?
for the sigils.
I guess
Thing is,
Sage
if
Light is
you're
your...
going for Norman, sorry.
No. I was going to say the exact same thing you were going to say. So, yeah, you're going for the Norman, so you need the sigils, and there's no other generators in your hand, so it makes sense.
Exactly. So this is like the only chance, because next turn you want to play point boost into Anangrea, right?
The spark of knowledge.
I don't know. Nothing in your hand is worth boosting. I think my answer to that question changes depending on if he draws Declimb or not in this next draw.
And knowing the course of action so far in this SVO.
I think if he doesn't draw the Declimb, it's actually okay to save the play point for a Norman as well. Okay, gets a little bit of chip damage. There's always something you're happy about as a
Roach player does not find the decline. For once,
Yeah.
the caster's blessing has not worked out.
I don't think anybody's calling it the caster's blessing, man. Every time anything happens, they tell me I cursed them, and I'm like, listen, I'm just saying stuff.
Hey man, if I'm the Spellboost player and the caster says the word dimension climb and I draw into it and I need it, I think that's a blessing.
Forest guard dons
Real.
his mask.
Ooh,
Real
Glade
Andrew,
come
Glade
out.
here.
Fellowship.
Yeah, this is looking. I mean, this matchup is already pretty dominant for Roach, and now it's looking even harder for, like, with this hand quality. I mean, like, no climb means that you have a lot less modality in how you want to end the game, and they end the game faster than you do. That's the problem, right? Like, that's the entire thing. Spellboost Rune ends the game turn 10, turn 11. Roach ends the game a couple turns earlier than that, and that's all that matters, really. So that's quite a hard hill for Spellboost to climb in a lot of instances, I think.
Yeah, that's for sure. I'm thinking about the... It's like it doesn't really help in terms of what you mentioned of the matchup spread, but Virgin here I feel like is also, like we've mentioned, there are some matchups where the Virgin is just sort of like, you know, you get board locked because of the fact that you're trying to
Yes.
be a bit too aggressive or a bit too confident with those plays, and especially because this hand doesn't have a dimension shift, I think you can definitely hold off on it a little bit, as long as you still have a way to clear the Glade here.
I would... Maybe this is a little too gung-ho, but I would almost even say just don't evolve the Virgin in this matchup at all. Because that risk is very real, and every onion you leave up is less damage your Kuon is gonna do. So honestly, it's a struggle.
Yeah, it does feel that way. But, I mean, this hand so far is so good because the boards that are being presented here are actually, like, flying Goatees, putting down, like, one or two things, but that gives Maxibon so much time to just, essentially, it's like, okay, I'll take care of your one thing, but now I've got two staffs in play, I've got my Roach in hand, you know, I've got my... I guess the only thing is where we need to bounce back the Cairn in order to generate a zero-cost spell, but I mean, you can do that as well since you also have the Carbuncle in hand, but you might want to be keeping that for the Roach turn later down the line.
This is actually a little concerning. If Flying Goatee plays Norman and does double barrier, I don't think Maxibon has a clean clear. Oh no, he's got another Lily in hand. Yeah, okay. That still leaves up a lot. I wonder if Norman was not the better play there.
Choosing to instead heal with the Drain, which of course is still very resourceful in that sense. We'll find another form of bounce. This is very big because I think... Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say it's exactly like you're saying. If Flying Goatee is only presenting one threat, it gives Maxibon a lot of leeway to do whatever he wants to set up for his future turns. Whereas if he played the Norman, it would have been more stressful for Maxibon, especially after he already spent one Glade. Anyway, that's all I wanted to... I just wanted to add on to your earlier point.
No, 100%. I'm just thinking if this could be the chance now, because of what you said, of how there's been only one threat at a time, and things are overall pretty slow, picking up the Bug Alert feels like it presents a really good opportunity to maybe even, you know, not just generate zero costs in hand, but also to potentially cash in some early damage from a early Roach here. But I'm wondering, I think instead you're just going to go for the Lambent and likely pass.
You know, that's actually not a bad call. If he Roaches here and evolves to go face, he still has Carbuncle and another Deepwood in hand. I think you're right, and so does Maxibon, clearly. So, honestly, great insight.
All right, it worked out. And the Fuse keeps the hand just...
Hey,
oh my god, the second Roach.
Hey! It's an embarrassment of riches over here, man. Plenty vault.
Yeah, this is definitely looking very good if you're Maximon. I feel like you're sort of forced in Norman here, right? Because the heal is too important after that chip. Like, that's the only way to answer that, right?
Yeah. And that's the thing.
The issue is you're not drawing cards.
When you force them to Norman for heal, it makes their board so much easier to deal with. And that means you get to preserve Bale, and that means you have a more explosive OTK. I feel like, you know, Roach is definitely Heaven's favored child in a matchup like this, because the way it navigates through this just makes the plays from Rune more and more awkward as time goes on.
Yeah, this is very big for Maxibon. I think you do want to cash in the Evolve here for healing up to 20, just to undo the damage that has been done. So at least it does help you answer this entire board at the same time, whilst, you know, sustaining yourself. But as you said, now Bale's at 0. We got 3 Roaches for some reason. They're all here to party.
Yeah, we can use that as chip too. And like you said earlier, it's yet another turn where they play one guy that gets soloed by Lily or something. So that's also a little rough in that sense.
At this point, once you've got 3 Roaches, it becomes the potential play of, I can now let one of these Roaches go in and even just not even get bounced, because I have 2 more in hand anyway. So I can push out a whole bunch of damage here. I guess the idea is that, going for the Lily, that's kind of interesting after playing the spell already.
Oh yeah, but he needed the spell to make room in hand for the Allure. I guess he could have prefused the Allure and just gotten rid of something useless. But I think all the pieces in his hand were pretty good, so I kind of understand why he went with this line. But yeah, it was a little bit strange, but it worked out fine, I think. And he was able to generate the Deepwood, yeah.
Yeah. The Deepwood's really important, and the other important thing is that by having multiple of the 0 costs, you should now be able to close this out before your opponent presents the risk of Kokaita's Dimension Climb now. Obviously, we know that the climb is not in hand, but that's the goal here.
I think definitely true, and I think it's also, like, he has even more generation of 0 cost in hand, even after this, so... and it's only turn 8 for the Rune. Maxibon could technically take this another turn or two, just to make sure that he has all the resources he needs.
Yeah, presenting a ward. We all know that, unfortunately, that's not necessarily the best way to stop a Roach. Multiple wards can definitely present a good threat, but if you haven't seen Bale come down yet, then that's likely going to mean that they've got one in hand. Burns the baby carbuncle, but it's not the end of the world.
I think that's totally fine, right? He has one in hand anyway, so...
Yeah.
Yeah. Should be fine.
But I think
now the question is...
off here because... Yeah.
No, he's tossed away his Allure. Makes it a little difficult to manage hand size. Is he just going for a lethal now? Is that lethal?
I think this might be the turn.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
I think it's lethal, right? Yep. Yeah, with double Cairn. Double Cairn?
Yeah. Yep, this gives you the bounce. And then Fairy combo 6, combo 7. Yeah. Now you have 8 and 9 and the 1 from the burn, and that is going to be enough with the buffs. So there you go. +1/+1, exactly enough. 20 damage. Whew. Maxibon, again, showing off this masterclass in Roach. I feel like every time we've seen him, both in the last SVO that he was featured, as well as this one, always just playing the decks that he brings very, very smoothly.
I mean, he's proven that he's, he can face the trials because... Oh, I didn't even realize that was very lore accurate with this expansion's theme, but what I meant to say is he's proven, that he can face the nerves and the stage of being a competitive player, because he's already done that in many other different card games and placed very, very well. So the fact that he was able to adjust so well into the Shadowverse mechanics, I think really shows that, he's got the fundamentals to go very, very far.
Yeah, 100%. This is gonna be a very close matchup because, of course, it is the mirror, and it is also gonna be, we have to examine some of the differences in the text that they're playing, because that's usually, when it comes to the mirror, outside of just a raw player's skill, it can be a tech here and there that can change things quite a bit. That being said, in this matchup, Snowman Army is a cool card that can kind of freeze your board and prevent a Kuon from being as effective. So maybe that would come into play here. And I guess the William also being in one of the lists but not the other is another point of contention.
I think that does matter, right? It's a way to clear a Kuon board without spending an evolve. So, because you know a Kuon doesn't clear a Kuon, but a William does. So I think that's definitely something that might matter here for sure.
Yeah, so it looks like the it is the Maxi side that has the William, and then it is the Flying Goatee side that has the Snowman army.
I think Maxi's hand is slightly better here because Flying Goatee doesn't have he doesn't have really efficient early game boosters, whereas Maxi can extra play point into Anne and Greya and he already has both Homework Time and Dimension Climb in hand. So that's pretty frightening, honestly. Meanwhile, Flying Goatee is going to struggle to connect this mid game into his Kuon turn, I think, unless the Homework Time draws something good, or if he draws a cheap spell that can lead in. Of course, the best possibility for Flying Goatee here is to get his own Anangrea, but I think Maxi Bond does have the advantage as of now.
Tribulations continue.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
manifested.
Okay. Hey, man. What were we saying earlier again?
Caster's Blessing.
That's right. But this is pretty good. I feel like the second player to play... Sorry, yeah. The second player to play the Anangrea, I feel like usually has a bit of the edge because you get to pass on the 6-1, and then that requests them to have some answer to that too, right?
Yeah, I wonder, though. Does Gilnelly's change that calculus?
As soon as I said that, I thought that to myself too.
But anyway, either way, the second ANG is really good because it not only boosts the climb, but Homework Time is now looking smart, which is fantastic into the next turn because it's the turn before they Kuon, so they're probably not going to have anything threatening. So the looking smart is probably going to take out something small, and then it leads you into a more flexible turn the turn after. So yeah, double ANG is really good, turns out. Turn 4 ANG, turn 5 ANG.
Homework Time is looking smart. That Shadowverse teaches you some important lessons, man.
I guess, but these kids are never at freaking school. They're always on the battlefield because they always show up on curve when I fight against them. So they gotta go back to class. Is all I'm saying. Nice snipe. That looking smart was able to take out that Anangrea through a snowman.
That's very big. And then, yeah, I think the last play point, while it is tempting to use it for spell boost purposes, I think just charging one more to your Earth Sigil count is very important because this will definitely... The Normans are going to be very important in this mirror match.
Yeah, it's often the decider, I find, right? Because they don't really have a good way to clear Norman. Even if Flying Goatee was playing William, like, the barriers just block so much, honestly.
Yeah.
In the end, it kind of becomes a battle of if you have the Burgent Crest up, then you can take out the Norman barrier, and then it's a very odd little, like, how do I say? Very odd little interaction of specific cards in this mirror that really end up making or breaking who wins the game at the end of the day.
But this just barely works out. Thanks to the Demonic Call being able to trade in, and then you have the Stormy Blast to just exactly take out that actually was fueled specifically by the onions. And then it comes down to if you want to evolve for the Crest or not.
So that's what I was trying to get at. It's like a lot of this match is Burgent versus Norman, and the other cards are like they're the main players in a lot of ways in this mirror specifically.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Norman.
Oh!
But
is that worth it? You would have to spend your last evolve point. I don't know if that's worth.
Yeah, I don't think so, because not just that, but also if you want to make use of the full effect, you would have to extra play point to generate an Earth Sigil. I don't think that's worth it.
It's
I feel like Anangrea here is also pretty valid, no? Oh, he's going for it!
Transform your skill.
I think I understand both lines of play, but Norman and Burgent are just straight up the most important cards in Mirror IMO. Like, if they can't, and Kuon can't clear this, if they can't answer it, Maxi just hits like 15 to the head.
Yeah, now we're done with any potential Quan risk. The one thing is once you've used up all of your evolves, especially the super evolves in this matchup, the storm damage can only come from whatever the Cocytus deck gives you, right? And
Yes.
other than that, you're basically just playing with Gilnelys and waiting until both players are at 10 play points. So this does present a really big board, and
Edge of what's known.
ooh, the Quan is going to be the one to try to answer it.
The thing is, that 8/8 is still going straight to the noggin.
Yeah, as long
This
as you have a
had
way
the-
to... Yeah?
This had the opportunity to be punished if he had Demonic Call. Maybe Flying Goatee already showed it. But still, just having the Norman up is very big. And now the William can just clear this for free and then go straight to the Dome
Yes.
Blade, right?
I was gonna say, yeah, the William getting the clear. You also technically can also draw 2 from the Looking Smart first.
No shot! No shot! Did you see that?
Yep. The I don't know if it matters though. That's the only reason why I feel like it's where it went didn't really matter. You're just kind of drawing to see what you draw for the Spellboost count.
Well,
But
here's what I
you
was
were kind
thinking.
of William here anyway, right?
There was like a universe where it could have mattered if he had a second guild, because then he could have pushed 12. But I guess you played the
Aw.
William anyway. Yeah. I feel like with Gilm, it's really cool. Spellboost kind of got added an entire new, pun intended, dimension of how to play the deck. It
Yo.
opens up a lot of new lines of play.
It definitely does. And it's the fact that also you have this new path of what you win from the Dimension Climb. You don't necessarily have to have the Cocytus in hand anymore. You don't have to pray for double Kuan with the Shikigami spell as well. Instead, we're seeing Norman here gonna come through. Going for the regular evolve. I mean, we do have Stormy Blast. And
That blast is
the
not
Gilnelys
boosted at
here.
all.
Ruined perfectly good materials.
Are we gonna see a Climberoni? Are we leaving
I think
this
you keep it for
5/5
next
up?
turn. We're leaving
Yeah,
the 5/5 up.
I
think
agree.
100%.
I agree.
It doesn't do enough to really give the big threat here because they're not at 10 play points yet for you to be threatened by the Gilnelys. Ooh, and not going for the heal either. That's also something very interesting. It's time to start the Kuan Festival, I think.
Yeah, I do wonder about that. The Sigil not healing instead, but perhaps he's like trying to set up for the second for a board clear, but it really doesn't matter because he gets 10 first. And that's another climb.
But we're missing damage. The point is that even with extra climb, the Sage Light Teachings is the bigger one here because you actually get to heal up here, use the call to help you finish the trade, and yeah, heal back up to 20. The call gives you the trade. You get to climb again, and then see what you draw. Now your opponent
Next
is
one.
in
That's
time.
GG.
Oh my god, there we go.
Walk the five-fold path out of my way.
Flying Goatee is going to be able to take this by re-summoning another one of the Shikigamis, super evolve the Kuon, get the trade, get the 1 ping, and the 18 damage goes to face to tie up the set 1-1.
The mirror is always a nail biter, man. It really feels like it can be anybody's game. I think the turning point was the yeah, I do wonder about that. I think the Burgent being able to efficiently clear the Norman just saved Goatee that entire game, and in turn saved him the set. Very, very strong. But now we're seeing Loot Sword come back in it. Loot Sword versus Spellboost Rune. You've played a lot of Loot Sword. How did you feel when you were facing this matchup in particular?
It's so you're pretty fast, especially going second. You have the Zirconia. Going first, it's a little bit different. You can go for a much more aggressive game plan. The only thing to be watching out for is, of course, the AoEs. If they have like the perfect, so for example, like turn 1 brew, turn 2 boost the Earth Sigil, and then have another Earth Sigil to play out into like a Sage Light Teachings that can answer the board. we've got half of that set up actually, so that's actually looking pretty promising.
Yeah.
But it comes
That's
down to the
pretty
early
great.
board here from Sword.
Although I do also wonder how Flying Goatee's unique build will end up factoring into the calculus of this, because he runs a lot less board flood cards. Obviously, he still runs Draconia. His card is too good. But he doesn't run the mages and such, so I wonder if the increased amount of burn does change sort of the way the matchup works, but... Do you do the teachings now?
Yeah, I think that's going to be the play. It's literally what we said at the very beginning. I think this helps to equalize, specifically going second, because Sword does not have a very strong board building play to do on going first turn 4 without using at least 2 cards. And if you're forcing them to use 2 cards, then you've gained so much from that AoE that you're usually ahead in tempo. So I think that was a very
perfect
big
top
play.
as well. Getting that homework
100%.
time gave Maxi Bond something to do that turn. Very, very good. I think he doesn't have a turn 5 though, if you notice.
Yes.
That's very
Now this
dangerous.
Draconia is going to be doing work.
Oh, this is looking really bad for Maxi. Not even an Edelweiss would save him at this point. Handful of bricks, 3 Kuon, 2 climbs, 2 Normans.
Yeah, you use the boots here. I 100% agree.
That's really
you force them
unfortunate.
to use one of their
Oh,
AoE
man.
spells. Wow!
You're tough. I'm impressed.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. That's
Yeah.
just the game. That's the set. There's nothing to do. Flying Goatee takes it. Takes the best of 3 after Maxibon. Unfortunately, sees the not so pretty side of Spellboost. Sometimes you just have games like that, but you do not want that be happening in the top 4 match that decides your qualification for the Grand Prix. That was very unfortunate to see.
Yeah, that was quite tough. Especially, like, if both players bricked, maybe it could have still been a game. But, yeah, Flying Goatee had a fantastic curve start to finish. So, yeah, very hard hand to live with there. Literally 3 Normans, 3 Kuons, 2 climbs is really, really tough. So, really unfortunate to see Maxi Bond go out that way, but unfortunately, that's card games, baby. Things like this just do happen. Let's take a look at the bracket real quick to see who our top 2 finalists are. It is Beric with Isudia and Mode versus Flying Goatee with Spellboost and Loot. Could you have seen this coming? No Crest in the top 2. Very, very cool. Beric and Flying Goatee already qualify to the Shadowverse Open Grand Finals in October, which has the potential to qualify them to World Grand Prix in December. So they've already gotten the massive prize there. But you still want to tune in, guys, because whoever wins this next match gets like $1,500, which is a lot of money.
Yeah.
So
That's a lot.
yeah, they're
That's a lot.
still playing for quite a lot here. So guys, we're gonna take a real quick break, but do not go anywhere. You have to find out, does Isudia get crowned or does Loot get crowned as the up and coming next best deck? All right, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back in like 5 minutes. See you then.
And now what's really good is that the devotee can do 1 damage to everything, and then you're gonna have the ability to use a supplicant to do 3 damage to 2 different things.
It's random though.
It's not where you wanted it to go.
Oh,
You want us to hit one of the
Norman's
wars.
gonna live.
I have only one to
Worst
No!
case scenario.
What does he draw?
It's not it.
Castle.
fate's head.
No,
Wait,
Castle
Castle
gives the
voted!
buff. It's
Of
the plus
course!
1. The +1 from the castle will be enough. The 5 damage goes to face. We don't need Rule and I. Just take it with the Odin. And the first game goes to Beric against the biggest.
Isudia up. What's taking so long, I wonder?
Yeah,
He's hovering
I mean,
over the congregate? Does he not know? Does he not realize? Oh, didn't you mention that he only just recently played or picked up Isudia?
started playing this deck. He only
How
recently
long
picked up
ago?
this deck 2 days ago. He picked up this deck 2
Oh
days ago.
no! Oh no, Beric! Beric! Beric!
Sacred.
That just gave Dream Life a second life. Try to go to 20, but it doesn't matter because
You
it's like
have to
20.
do this in the right order.
Okay, Carbuncle.
Beric!
Okay, Isudia coming down. Let's get that spell. Let's
Don't
get the
misclick.
Super Bowl.
Don't misclick!
There we go. Get the 3 play points back, and there is the annihilating onslaught. Run the animation, 20 damage to face. It took a couple turns, but we got there anyway. And then Fairy combo 6, combo 7. Now you have 8 and 9, and the 1 from the burn, and that is going to be enough with the buffs. With the buffs. So there you go. +1/+1, exactly enough. 20 damage. Whew. Maxi again showing off this masterclass in Roach. I feel like
Climb.
but we're missing damage. The point is that even with extra climb, the Sage Light Teachings is the bigger one here because you actually get to heal up here, use the call to help you finish the trade, and yeah, heal back up to 20. The call gives you the trade. You get to climb again, and then see what you draw. Now your opponent
Next
is
one.
in
That's
time.
GG.
Oh my god, there we go.
Walk the fivefold path out of my way.
Flying Goatee is going to be able to take this by resummoning another one of the Shikigamis, Super Evolve the Kuon, get the trade, get the 1 ping, and the 18 damage goes to face to tie up the set 1-1.
The mirror is always a nail biter, Maxi. Not even an Edelweiss would save him at this point. Handful of bricks, 3 Kuon, 2 climbs, 2 Normans.
Yeah, you use the boots here. I 100% agree.
That's really
you force them
unfortunate.
to use one of their
Oh,
AoE
man.
spells. Wow!
You're tough. I'm impressed.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. That's
Yeah.
just the game. That's the set. There's nothing to do. Flying.
UD presents Gameplay Etiquette 101. Greetings, it's me, Yudi, your mentor. Do keep these etiquette guidelines in mind while you're enjoying Shadowverse Worlds Beyond. First and foremost, follow the golden rule. Always consider how other people may feel about your actions, and do your best to leave a good impression. Second, do not share any personal information. And if someone is being persistent or making you uncomfortable, don't hesitate to block them. Third, it's important to keep the competition friendly. If you enjoyed a match, send your opponent a friend request. You might gain a good rival or even a friend. Fourth, be courteous when leaving comments on social media or live streams. Keep in mind that there's always someone else on the other side of the screen. Finally, don't forget to take breaks, even if you're on a win streak. Remember to rest your eyes and hydrate, because as your mentor, I value your health. Thank you for listening, and I hope you enjoy yourselves to the fullest.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. And you've tuned in a great time because we're here with the Shadowverse Open 2025 Qualifier 2 Grand Finals match. I'm your host, Ignitius. With me, as always, is my handsome and dashing co-host, Chris Differentfight. And we have gone through a long day of competition. Let's take a look at the bracket to see where we've been and where we're going. So Beric and Flying Goatee made it through quite a dangerous bracket here. Tell me a little bit about it, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a crazy roller coaster, I think, no matter which side of the bracket you take a look at. We have Beric, who had to take down Wag in the very top of the bracket, who, of course, has been topping in other card games, playing, of course, the Crest Haven deck that's been very popular. Then goes into Dream Life, one of the favorites to win this entire tournament, gets a 2-0 victory. That in itself was a crazy game. I definitely recommend checking that one out if you missed it. Whereas on the other side, Flying Goatee is, you know, he's been kind of going through Hiraeth, who is also from one of the teams that compete in Shadowverse, Team Rev, and then had to go up against Maxi that just concluded, was also a crazy nail batter. But now we have this matchup between Beric, who has brought Mode Abyss and Isudia Forest, the unkilling deck, versus Flying Goatee, who's carrying Spellboost and Loot Sword. Is it going to be Beric, who's truly going to be the unkilling one, who is going to go unscathed and take it all in this tournament? Or is it going to be Flying Goatee, playing Loot and stealing that win from Beric and taking it all in this second qualifier? It's going to be a crazy one.
I'm super excited about this, and honestly, I feel very smug because I've been singing the praises of Isudia for a long time, and seeing it perform so well in a competitive format like this, it makes my heart soar. That being said, I want to just remind everybody what we're playing for exactly. So, of course, the grand champion of this tournament is walking away with $1,500 US, and the second place gets 800, I believe. Yes, so it's a $700 US money match. Kind of an insane amount of money. But also, both players are already qualified to the Shadowverse Open Grand Finals in October, which then can lead to the Shadowverse World Grand Prix in December, where there's 100 million yen grand prize. So, both these players already got the main dub they needed. They've qualified to the Grand Finals for SVO. The next thing they gotta do is compete for the $700 US. And you know, if you offered me $700 US to do something, you'd better believe that I'm going to try my best. So let's get into the game here, Chris.
It's time. Let us know in chat if you are Team Isudia or Team Loot as we get the matchup in the very first game of the set. This is going to be the one to take it all. And I'm really curious, Igni, how does this matchup actually look between, the Isudia and the Loot?
I think a lot of it depends on the amount of early game damage that the Loot can present. A lot of the time, if they don't find Sincero early, it gives you just enough wiggle room to survive to do your OTK. If they do get a good curve and Sincero early, or like we see here, quick later into a 2-drop, into a, hopefully a 3-drop into Zirconia, that's also pretty tough. It really depends, because a lot of the struggle with Isudia is getting to the end game because you don't have that much healing. Cruel only heals 1, which is like nothing. And then your only other option is Gilnelis, which requires an evolution to get you the healing that you need, which also makes your late game plays less flexible. So it's tough. I think it's pretty even, but it all just depends on if the sword can aggress.
Yeah, I do agree with that. I do think, while the turn 3 is looking a little bit lacking at the moment, I do think that the turn 4 having the Zirconia confirmed does help a lot in that sense. And even with this turn 2, I guess you can set up the layer so that you can dip into the loot tokens whenever you would need them. And it all comes down to if you want to use this quick blader here or not. I think for the sake of aggression, it is worth it. But then the main reason why is, while the Glade, they, have to wait another turn to play, it comes down to whether they have the Cruel or not to answer this board. We know that they do, but, on Flying Goatee side, they don't.
You know what Flying Goatee could do is just pop the necklace on the 1-2 so it doesn't get killed by the Hamlet. And then just buff the 1-2. And then next turn, they can Zirconia extra playpoint Quick Blader to guarantee the two hits face, right? I think that's actually a valid option. But he's saving the loot for a Sincero draw? That's okay. I think this is right. I think this is the right way to navigate this. This is the way it makes it most awkward for Beric. Because now he doesn't have an easy clear.
Yeah.
I guess he could Fencer, Fairy, Bug Alert, but that's a lot of maneuvering to kill a 2-drop. So
Thing is, you know how much they're gonna scale if you leave it up because you're expecting the Zirconia next turn. So that's what you need to take it out.
You really don't have a choice, but yeah, this works too. Put more threat on board so that next turn you can Glade and clear, because the Zirconia will be forced to trade into the Fencer.
I like this. Quick Blader kept for this specific turn. Boost the play point.
That's what I was mentioning.
And then immediately, yeah, definitely feels like the right way to gain tempo, right?
This is not a full clear with the Glade. I guess you could Cruel bounce with the Bug Alert. That's actually fine. You save the Cruel for another wide board turn if you want to. And then you also save your Evolve. I think either path was fine here. Yeah, I think either was okay.
You take out all the targets regardless. It's just that, you know, you do have a damaged Glade here. On the other hand, for Flying Goatee here, the Albert looks good. Not seeing the Octress, not seeing Sincero, does make it a little bit difficult. But you do have to take out this board no matter what, because you cannot afford to be eating 5 damage, even if this is more of a control-based deck.
Well, the thing is, Chris, if you think you can ignore the board, Isudia can maneuver into an unorthodox lethal, where any board damage chip you left into Gilnally's spell, into playing the Isudia spell without the OTK potential. Because the Isudia spell with Isudia is 20, but without Isudia, it's still 6. That's still a lot of damage. So you can still be in threatened range if you leave boards up. So it's really a catch-22. You're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't, honestly.
That's a good point. I do think, right now, looking at this hand for Flying Goatee, though, it does feel like you have so much Storm output that it feels like it's worth to try to navigate into it. But the only problem is that you would essentially have to play point boost into Slash plus the Blade to take this out, and then Albert to face. Then you can Odin to face, and then you can Centaur into face after that.
I think 100% we just got to see what this Returning Slash draws first. Oh, pretty good.
That changes everything. That changes everything.
I will say also, Beric hasn't drawn Isudia.
Yeah, I was gonna say, he's been digging a lot, but neither the Glade nor the Amulet have been picking up the right targets. We're just finding more and more Deepwood Fairy Beasts, which I think we only really need one of, if I'm not mistaken.
The problem is, if his next draw isn't Garden's Allure, he can't even dig with Glade, because he would overdraw. It's kind of tragic.
Oh, you're so right.
It's not Garden's Allure. That's really bad. I think you have to Cruel. And now here's the good thing. If you take it super slow, the Cruel Super Evolve will reduce the stat of the enemy followers that come into play next turn by -1/-1. Oh, sorry, by -1 attack. So that actually does mitigate the storm damage a little bit.
Not only that, because it's countdown 2, right? So that means that you would basically be able to not only deny an Odin this turn, but you'd also be able to deny a Playpoint Boost 9 Playpoint Albert as well.
No, unfortunately, it's countdown 2, but the crest is given to your opponent.
Oh,
so when it ticks over to their turn,
only for one turn.
Yeah, when it pops over to the opponent's turn, it pops immediately. So
yeah,
yeah, that's the one unfortunate thing. It's a one-turn effect. Confusingly, even though it says countdown 2, it is a one-turn effect, because when it pops over to the opponent's turn, it goes down to 1 already. Yeah.
All right. Looks like this is going to be the Odin, but choosing to Super Evolve because I guess they know that this will invite the heal instead. But could this be an angle where... I guess you do just heal evolve trade, right?
I don't think Beric has a choice. He doesn't have Odin. So, he doesn't have Isudia. I think Fairy Beast is the only option. Isudia came a little late. Here's the problem. You have to clear the Odin. But Isudia also needs an evolve to get the token, leaving you only one evolve left. So either this Glade or this Carbuncle are basically dead in hand, unless he finds Garden's Allure. That's sort of the
I like this play.
the catch-22.
I want to mention something here. This Cruel can trade while giving the Crest and also have the Grimnir to take it out. This is very good. I was just thinking
This is really good because it prevents Albert from dealing as much damage, right?
Yes. I mean, Albert here is awkward anyway, just because of the fact that it's not taking out anything from its AoE 3 damage.
Mm-hmm.
But now it's even worse because anything coming down in play is getting debuffed.
That includes the Centaur Centurion, yeah. And we know that Beric has another Deepwood Fairy Beast in hand. So he's going to be healing another 9, even if Flying Goatee chooses to evolve the Centaur phase. So any storm damage that Goatee does actually doesn't win him the game at all. We actually might see a scenario where the Isudia is secondary and Beric just grinds Goatee out of resources. I think that's technically
This is
possible.
the only... Yeah. This is crazy, like that the last evolve is being used here, and it's likely going to be just to essentially
Weird.
answer the board. This feels like the turning point.
And with only one threat on board, oh, okay,
He's gambling.
that is
Centaur
bold.
Centurion. The problem is that there's more than enough tools in this deck to not only heal out of the lethal range of Centaur Centurion, but also answer this Albert at the same time.
Yeah, although I will say, if he wants to kill the Albert with another Deepwood Fairy Beast, he will have to like super it to trade if he wants to also do 8 damage phase. The good news is that he still has an evolve point to get the Isudia spell if he needs it. But honestly, I think Goatee is kind of out of gas. The Isudia might not even be necessary.
Yeah, no matter which way you look at it, the problem is also that even if you find this in 0 at this point, you only have 2 different forms of loot in hand, and therefore
that's
you're
very
just
good.
not doing enough. I like this. Saving the Super Evolve is very important here, right?
That's very, very good. Another Alberto, but no evolve to capitalize. It does clear, though.
It's the best you can take, and you're gonna take it.
Yeah, there's no room to play Isudia right now. I think you have to Hamlet and sack the Glade. Or the Carbuncle. Probably the Carbuncle. Oh, actually goes for the Glade. Okay.
Ooh.
And now,
Double Congregant. I mean, that's
with-
pretty good in this matchup, but...
No, he has triple Congregant. The left card in his hand is also Congregant. So
Yeah.
he honestly he has infinite boards now. And remember what we said earlier about mid-range sword being good into loot? How do we feel about a fairy deck that also floods the board with guys that can't... that just makes an entire board. So also pretty tough.
This comes back to something you said earlier in the cast, that the decks that can play a flexible game plan in this meta seem to have a huge advantage. And right now we're seeing one of those points of flexibility for the Isudia deck as well, where normally everyone just thinks about the OTK and setting it up and the Carbuncle with the Isudia and, you know, counting down the spell. But here we're seeing the ability to just, like, you know, shift into a completely different game plan. Let's just go mid-range. My opponent's out of resources. I still have my Super Evolve. I have plenty of healing opportunities in my deck too. And then, as long as we can stall it out long enough, should be game.
Yeah, and if he draws Gilnelise, that's also just a huge source of damage to him.
And there you have it, the SVO experience.
I don't mean to do it. It's an accident. But, you know, it keeps happening. So I'm like, what's... Alright. And this is
This looks
amazing,
like
too,
curtains.
because this... Yeah, it's curtains for sure. Yeah, just the pass and the Isudia. Isudia-less Isudia. How do we think about that? Turns out it worked. And this is what I was mentioning earlier as well. If they can't find Sincero, they're cooked, honestly. So, like, that's tough. But yeah, there you go. Isudia, really great showing this tournament.
Yeah, that was honestly, it's been essentially unscathed. It hasn't dropped a single. It's literally unkilling. It's insane.
That's right. It's been unkillable and it's annihilating the competition. So there you go.
But now
Time to
switch
I don't know about
modes.
this.
Or well done.
I think it really
this
just
matchup
depends
does
on
go tough.
right. It depends on if the Rune can clear the boards that mode presents. Other than that, I think the inevitability of the Rune is more powerful, but if the mode can get online early enough, they can present some stuff that's really difficult for the Rune to answer before their turn 10 plays, right? Like, if they're able to do like a turn 8 or a turn 9 Valeric Rulenai with full mode blast with Shamnacha active, that's actually pretty tough for Rune. But if their mode quest goes too slow, it's also tough for them.
Oh, Igni, I am seeing a bit of a deja vu here.
What's going on?
Look at the
Oh,
hand
let's
on
take a
the
look.
Rune side.
Oh yeah, 3 Anangreas, 1 Climb, 1 Norman, 1 Kuon. Lady Luck is not smiling down on the spellcasters today, having to pass turn 2 into a turn where Beric can simply play the 3 cost, or if you want to go really spicy with it, just buff the mummy is also an option.
Yeah, right. I was thinking about that too, but looks like we're gonna keep the castle for another turn. You can theoretically
Okay, he's got
Screaming and
something.
Loathing next turn and refund the play point.
He's got something.
All I can do is ease
Oh,
up.
the mulligan.
Stormy Blast? Not. It's another Norman! Okay. It's not as disastrous as the last game we saw because he does get to extra into Anangrea next turn. Honestly, salvageable, but it's a rough start, I would say.
100%. I think going wide here is quite good because setting up the triple threat is quite annoying for Anangrea to take out as well. We know that's coming down 100% next turn. He's debating between the Supplicant. There's also, like, you've got double castle, which is kind of interesting. Screaming and Loathing can refund a play point and then be used with something that is 2 cost, like the castle. And, of course, Vivuela can also just trade. The only issue with this choice is that you have a very easily answerable board to Anangrea, just because having a 3, like everything be at 3 and below makes it quite easy because something gets targeted by the spell, something gets traded by the 5/5, something gets traded by the Anangrea, and then your board is gone.
Yeah. I think the consideration was that he wants to save the Supplicant for the Evolve to accelerate the mode count. Because I think the... Oh my goodness! Goodness gracious. Because in this matchup, the deciding factor is, I think, getting the quest early, right? Because if you can land a Rulenai Valn before they can start doing their power plays, you end up winning the set. But yeah, that's why I think he saved the Supplicant and did a weaker turn the previous turn to set up to accelerate the quest, or try the faith, even faster.
Yeah. Another thing that I think is pretty important about how that last turn played out is the fact that the 3 damage hit the right target both times, leaving a 6/6 up, which forced out the second evolve from the Anangrea. This means that now your remaining evolves are split in attention between the Norman and the Kuon, and that is so big for specifically this matchup.
Yeah, that is massive. And again, Beric able to accelerate mode count with the Supplicant once more. Not only that, still got Screaming and Loathing to take out something, or potentially draw into the Shamnacha, which is relevant because, you know, even if you don't get the effect up, Shamnacha stealing Celestial is actually very relevant.
Ooh, good point.
Yeah. But we'll see. All right, Norman comes out once again, a forced evolve from Flying Goatee. Beric putting Goatee in a very uncomfortable position here. But
Yeah,
then
this is
again,
huge.
if Beric can't clear this is tough too.
Oh, there she is.
This is kind of awkward. You have to do Scream Diffusion, but you don't clear still. You don't even get close to clearing.
Yeah, you're basically accepting that you're going to be eating 11
at
damage next turn,
minimum.
basically.
Yeah. And that's at minimum, right? If he supers the other follower, it's suddenly 14. If he Gil Neleases, it's now 16. I think that might be a little hard to accept. Not sure why he super evolved the one that had rush. Yeah, he could have taken out the barrier and then super evolved the one that didn't have rush, right? That was a weird super.
That's true.
Yeah.
Let's see though. I mean, at the end of the day, on 7 play points, I think they're assuming the cool one is coming out here, but the cool one isn't going to get the 2-1 in play. So then if they expect the cool one to come out, that means the cool one would have to use the 3-3 to take out the 8-8 here. And then that means that if the 4-5 Shikigami would have to trade into the 5-2 so it gets taken out. And then you'd force a Norman to trade into the 5-5. Is one angle to go about it.
You have extra play points, so I think you can take the 5-2 out with the Stormy Blast, and then one can go face, but otherwise keeping the same play line.
Or the other option was just do the 8-8 into the 8-8 if you don't care about the 8 damage here. And then...
Yeah, this way the Kuwan can just trade into the 5-5. Yeah, you're right.
Yep, and then that way you have a much cleaner trade. And then you still have 3 damage to face, so that is a much cleaner path than the first option. Just make sure you don't run out of time.
And you save your extra play point, which is relevant. Oh, wait!
Ooh, Stormy Blast! Oh, ran out of time! Uh-oh.
Oh, no. Oh, no. That's actually a big deal.
Oh, that is a pretty big deal. Just because the Cerberus is now ready with the Shadows, gonna give the +2 buff here. Don't forget the castle is in play as well, but doesn't necessarily matter too much.
Yeah, the castle's actually clogging the board because now he can't guarantee Mimi. Yeah. A little awkward.
Yeah, this is gonna have to trade, and then you have to trade with both, I guess, and then see what you get off of it. And you don't really like those chances. Otherwise, you know you're gonna only summon one here, but you know which one you're gonna summon.
You do miss out on one. Oh, what is this? Hold up. Yeah, you have to trade the dog.
Yeah.
You have to trade. Yeah. I'm a little worried there.
Wait, this is just game. That's just lethal. That was the ping lethal off of the super evolve, and just like that, Beric takes it in a 2-0 victory.
Crazy.
Without even realizing the fact that this was already chipped down so much that leaving up. I mean, we were so caught up over the fact that the Stormy Blast
tunnel vision
ran out of time. Yeah. We were like, oh no, the Stormy Blast ran out of time. How are they gonna survive this turn? They're not. That was Beric taking the $800 money match, and I'm afraid that Team Isudia takes it all over Team Loot. That was what a fantastic run. Can we take a look at the bracket real quick? That was almost outside of the top 8 match. He 2-0'd every single opponent, including Dreamlife, and that finals with Flying Goatee.
It's kind of insane. And I will say that, big congratulations to Beric, and I'm very, very excited to see talents from other card games coming in and joining our game and already putting up results this early into the lifespan of the game. I also want to mention that last game, very awkward for Flying Goatee, to be fair. So I think he shouldn't feel bad about that at all. And, big congratulations on getting top 2 regardless, right? So.
Yeah. Really, really fantastic showing. I think we should be able to get Beric in here for an interview as well. Ask him about how they're feeling after this incredible matchup. I mean, this was just such a impressive showdown between, of course, these two players. And there we have Beric. Congratulations on taking the dub in the SVO qualifier too.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm maybe as shocked as you all are. I did not, entering this yesterday at 9 p.m., I did not think I'd be making it this far, but here we are.
I want to ask first, I feel incredibly vindicated because I've been singing Isudia's praises since the start of the set, and to see it perform this well, it really warms my heart. What made you bring it in your lineup over all the other meta decks that people have been talking about?
I see. Well, I started this season on Modibus and Eggs, and I was not performing with Eggs very well in ladder. Saw a ton of Crest, a ton of Sword, and after watching some like meme YouTube videos of like streamers trying out Isudia OTK, I saw like this is actually kind of good against more than half the ladder. So I kind of just grinded that for the last 2 days and decided to go with it. It was a fun deck to play too. It kind of reminds me of some Hearthstone OTK decks I used to play back in the day. So pretty good.
Yeah, for sure. I think the matchup spread is I've said this before. It's not favored, but it's also not unfavored. I feel like you always have a chance. So that's what I love about the deck as well. Chris, do you have a second question?
Yeah, I mean, now that you had this dream run, I mean, you're definitely not someone that's new to competing in card games, but you've qualified yourself all the way to the grand finals happening at the end of October in Singapore. You know, what's the plan now up till that point? We've got plenty of SVOs. I know you're also from the US, so there's actually going to be one at the end of this month in the NA time zone. What's the plan now? Are you going to continue to compete and sharpen skills until the grand finals, or is it going to be just bunker down?
Oh yeah, I probably should keep practicing for sure. I mean, there's nothing to lose at this point. Just keep grinding the tournament scene. As some of this the 2-deck best of 1 format is a little strange in Swiss, so kind of perfecting that a little bit, I think, and just keeping up with the meta. Look at meta reports on the daily on the Japanese websites, kind of see what cards are going where, and yeah, just keep playing.
Fantastic. We're not going to keep you for too much longer because I know it's been a long day and the time zone's pretty rough. Just wanted to say big congrats once again. And did you have anything you wanted to shout out before we let you go here?
Just shout out to my awesome friends and clanmates in Shadowverse helping me practice for this, helping me practice matchups. Just, you know, the community on Discord, lots of fun people to talk to there. And I mean, thanks to the tournament organizers for giving me the opportunity to play in a competitive scene. I think this is probably like the highest finish I've done in a competitive card game, so it feels great.
Fantastic. Wow. Really looking forward to meeting you in Singapore. Make sure to bring sunscreen. It's hot here. That's all I got to say. All right, Beric, once again, congrats, and we'll let you go. Big thank you for agreeing to the interview. Appreciate it. See you.
Congratulations once again. And that does it. That wraps it up for Qualifier 2 of the Shadowverse Open. Lots of crazy games, only 10 days into the new format, and we've already had so many twists and turns, an absolute roller coaster of a tournament. And I think that, you know, if you enjoyed what you saw, if you want to be part of the action, we've got more of that coming too, because the Qualifier 3 is happening just next week. It's going to be in the European time zone this time around. So if you're in Asia, that's basically in the evening. And then if you're in NA, it's got to be the roughest one because it basically starts in the middle of the night. So there's going to be more chances to qualify for the grand finals at the end of October, so don't miss your chance. Of course, Qualifier 3 happening next week, and then we're also going to have Qualifier 4 happening 2 weeks after that, in the weekend of the 27th and the 28th of September. So still lots of chances to qualify, and overall, I mean, this is going to be very fun to watch as this metagame develops. I mean, who would have expected that Modibus and Isudia Force would have won the first tournament, right? When everybody was singing praises for Crest Haven and Loot Sword.
You know, it's funny because I actually believe in Isudia more than I believe in Mode. I'm like, that's a little bit of a strangity of mine. But yeah, I'm really jazzed to see that SVO hasn't lost its, you know, scrappy spirit, playing stuff that other people maybe wouldn't even have considered. I love that. Guys, if you want all the updates regarding competitive Shadowverse, make sure to follow us on all the socials. That's Shadowverse Game on X, the Shadowverse official channel on YouTube as well. And of course, for everything SVO, go to svo.gg. That's svo.gg. That's the website for all the information regarding the future tournaments and dates. And I believe Qualifier 3 is actually open for registration now, so make sure to go do that. Other than that, I want to say a big thank you to the production team for making this possible, as always. I want to say a huge thank you to my co-caster, Chris, for making this a pleasure every single time. And I want to say thank you to the audience for watching. And other than that, that's all we have to say for now. So we'll see you next time, next week. Bye.
Bye bye.